Do it. I'm not gonna be on.
Oh, it's me or Twitch?
Saying schedule restart. It won't let me. All right.
Good morning again. Ms. Martinez, we are live, we are streaming. You may proceed with this morning's public executive review session.
Are we good before we start?
Are we all good to go? Do we have? I'm about to be shut down. I can't schedule a restart.
Carlo, can you hold?
Mr. Costanza,
Carlo, hold.
can you get a laptop for Commissioner Otley Brown that she can use while her
Can you
current
change
laptop
it?
is going
It's
to
not,
shut
I mean,
down?
all my notes are on here.
Oh, oh boy.
Is it not letting you?
Do a restart.
No.
You want to do a 5-minute break or a 10-minute?
Yeah. 5
Let me
minutes.
see if I could.
That's what it says.
Basically,
It's gonna restart to 10:07.
Press control alt delete.
Well, can you you can change the time
I'm
frame.
just gonna try sending my notes. Hold on.
Yeah, just send your notes. Can you get a laptop and another laptop? And please put a note saying technical difficulties.
Usually when you do that, you can set a new time.
There is
They
a
won't
time-
let her.
They won't, there's a time period within which you
Yes,
start.
But it doesn't start.
And if you don't,
restarted yet.
it-
That's the odd thing.
Sometimes it takes you like 5 minutes. You're gonna restart.
See, it's like it's saying,
Usually I
bring it- usually I
change it or I do it, you know, it's for.
it's restart your device at 10:07 to finish update.
That's why I checked last night.
I can.
Yesterday. Restart and you're still
All right. I just have my notes.
you have your notes?
I have my notes.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
We're good?
Okay.
You got a big beach.
Make some,
Carlo.
That's 7
No,
minutes.
10, whatever you tend to. Okay,
What do you want to do?
we can start.
You can start?
I'll ask.
Oh, my video. My video. Technology, technology,
No,
technology.
this is I requested a MacBook Air. Cause I saw Chase had one.
I hate it.
You know, I have had some regrets because there are different shortcuts on the programs that I use between the desktop and this. So it would have been more seamless to get, I was just worried, I didn't want a Dell. When I heard I. you guys were using Dell,
I was just gonna read off of here, cause it says 6 minutes, so it doesn't pay for me to sign in here.
But I don't need this performance.
Yeah, that's why I'm like, just,
I want.
yeah, I'm on the screen, kind of the big
When I
screen,
did
so.
architecture.
Yeah.
I'll leave it here and then.
But I don't need performance.
Okay.
Thank you.
She's okay.
Okay.
So you may proceed.
Okay,
Thank you very much.
just Commissioner Shabeta and Commissioner Sheta, when you talk, move the microphone back and forth. Thank you. Thank you. Everything good?
So far, I know, so.
You're already at 16%, look at it go.
It's
We're gonna take that scaffold down. Sound effects. Sorry, there's construction going on in this building. Are we good? Are we good? Okay. Okay. Put the screen up, Joe. There we go. Okay, mic's on. Everyone has their mics on? Okay. Good morning. This is the New York City Board of Standards and Appeals Public Review Session for April 13, 2026. Please be reminded, no public testimony is permitted during the review session. You will begin with decision items. Item number 1, 9914 BZ, Volume 4, 432, 434 West 31st Street, Manhattan. Okay.
So no submission was required. Applicant did provide a letter clarifying the violation status and provided a revised construction timeline. So I think I was satisfied with the response provided. Everybody, commissioners? Okay. All right. So I make a motion to approve a 4-year extension of time from the date of the expired grant, previously expired grant, which was January 10th, 2026.
Motion to approve, Chair Shonda. Aye. Vice Chair Shabeta.
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown.
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta.
Aye.
Commissioner Yoon.
Aye.
Application has been granted. Item number 2, 43764 BZ, 13702 Farmers Boulevard, Queens.
Okay. We received a community board approval with modification. And the community board is recommending a 5-year term. The convenience store should operate 24/7 with open door, and that the store should be prohibited from operating as a smoke shop or liquor store. So I just have something just to state. First of all, thank you, community board, for sending us your recommendations. However, the prior board did not impose any term limits. Community board is recommending a 5-year term, and as you know, so that's up for discussion for us. But I'm not inclined to impose any term limit on this. That's just my personal position, but I'm willing to hear commissioner's position on this. What is being proposed by the applicant would be an improvement to the existing condition, conversion from an auto repair use to an accessory convenience store, along with the existing gasoline service station, and per proposed plan, the site will be further improved and made safer. The applicant is recommending a 24/7 store operation, an accessory convenience store operation, that is. And regarding the other recommendations of the community board, it is not for the board, it's not in board's purview to impose such conditions. So it is up to the applicant and any other regulatory controls that would be imposed for it to meet those requirements. The applicant has also provided photos as a proof of improvements that have been made to the site thus far. Plans have been revised and they have improved the pedestrian access, which was a concern the board had, and the revised plan looks much better. And it does provide a lot of safety features, separating the area from the pedestrian and from the vehicular circulation within the site. So does anybody have any comments?
Yeah, I had a couple, just that it seems like the shed and the oil tank and the tire rack are still on the site based
Yeah.
on the most recent photos.
Okay. Yeah, I think those probably, a lot of those improvements, additional improvements would have to, we were specifically looking for site cleanup and remove the fence related conditions. So we didn't pick up on that, but those we can ask the applicant to ensure are cleaned up.
I think, yeah, we should just add it in the
Yeah.
conditions.
A shed and,
There's a shed that we mentioned at the last hearing. There's an oil tank and there is what appears to be an empty tire rack. I can show it. if
yeah,
that's
I know
helpful.
we're along that church facility.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So commissioners, do you have any recommendations in terms of should a term limit be imposed? I think 5 years is too short, partly because it's just not enough for a business to secure necessary permits and approvals and financials to make these changes. Like I said, I think what is being proposed is a significant improvement, and we should not consider a term limit, but if we do, it should be for a longer period of time.
I agree with your statement. I don't think I understand community boards. They didn't actually list their concerns so much so that we can have something to rely on, had to, instill such a harsh, limit as 5 years. But I don't see a reason, why we would at this juncture.
Okay. Commissioner Otley Brown?
I agree with you, Chair. I feel that a 10-year term is fine for this.
10-year term? Whatever, I was thinking more like 15-year or something like that.
Oh, or even 15, but I certainly don't think we should penalize them with 5 years because
Okay.
they're going to be reconstructing the building.
Okay, actually, let me take a step back. I wasn't thinking of any kind of term limit, but if we were to put a longer term limit. So are you for any term limit or no term limit?
No, I think 10 or 15 years would be fine. I didn't think 5 was appropriate, like the community board suggested.
Okay. Commissioner Shetta?
The original variance, I believe, was granted back in 1964. Since then, I don't read in any of the documents that it was ever been a term imposed on the site.
Right.
So I'm okay with no term, but if the board want to impose a term, I'm fine with this too. But I believe the term should be 15 to 20 years.
Okay,
Not 5 years, kind of like very tight. They're gonna be back and forth every 5 years.
okay,
I believe it's a burden to the business.
okay. Thank you. Commissioner Yoon?
I agree with Commissioner Sheta. I think, we can go without a term, but if we do, 15 or 20 years seems appropriate.
Okay. All right, the majority is saying no term, so I would go with no term then. Okay. So I then make a motion to approve with the following conditions: that the hours of operation of the vacuum and air pump shall be limited to 7 a.m. to 8 p.m., after which the pump shall be deactivated and such hours shall be clearly posted. The curb cut notifications shall be subject to review and approval by the Department of Transportation, and all construction shall be pursuant to DOT standards.
I have a question with
Mhm.
regard to the air pump. I recognize that there's a regulation that requires it to be functioning at a gas, at a gas.
But doesn't specify it to be 24/7.
Got it.
Thank you for that question.
I think also a condition about just making sure that there's no
That-
auxiliary
Right.
structures or, racks or that sort of thing on the site.
Yeah,
Beyond
all
what's
other
been
unnecessary,
approved.
all other unnecessary auxiliary structures, including sheds, oil tank, empty tire racks shall be removed prior to obtaining any certificate of occupancy.
And also the repair should be done inside, not outside.
Well, the repair is being converted into a
Oh,
convenience.
it's been eliminated.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you. Sorry about that.
Okay. Motion to approve?
Motion to approve, Chair Shanda,
Aye.
Vice Chair Shabeta,
All right.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta,
Aye.
Commissioner Yoon.
Aye.
Application has been granted. Item number 3, 2023-36BZ, 191 Edgewater Street, Staten Island.
Okay. First of all, I want to thank my team, Ms. Prenga, Mr. Costanza, our general counsel, the entire team of council, and especially Ms. Benke for getting this project through. This was a very long, drawn-out project, and I do appreciate the applicants' willingness to work with us and shaping the project. So thanks to everybody in getting this through this finish line. We also have received, the history of this project is so long, my notes just keep scrolling. My note is scrolling. So we have received all the necessary sign-offs for SECRA. Ms. Benke, can you please confirm?
Yes, that is correct.
Great. And accordingly, applicant has made revisions to the secret document, statement of facts, and also to the plans. There is an E designation that has been put in place for hazmat. And this would be shown on the zoning map for the subject property, and further hazardous material assessments should be coordinated through the Mayor's Office of Environmental Remediation. Since there is a
She's back. I'm back.
you're back.
Yes, sorry about that.
So since this particular site also have a recorded restrictive deck based on the prior BSA approval, which was never exercised, so it expired. So in the event of a conflict between the provisions of this recorded restrictive deck and the E designation, the more restrictive of the two shall apply pursuant to the applicable regulations that is in place, that would be in place. In addition to the 44 on-site accessory parking spaces, 57 parking spaces will be provided in a proposed as-of-right garage located at 190 Edgewater Street, totaling 101 spaces for the proposed residential development. And I just want to iterate that the board is not waiving any of the flood restriction regulations, construction requirements, and the building shall comply with all the applicable requirements. There is a window wall attenuation that is required of OITC of 31 dBA that should be provided along all building facades, and alternate means of ventilation shall be incorporated into the building in order to maintain a closed window condition of 45 dBA. And if all applicable laws and regulations permit the use of fossil fuel for the hot water system at the site, and the applicant proposes to use fossil fuel for such system, then the system shall utilize a natural gas system. And HVAC type shall comply with all applicable laws and regulations as determined by DOB and other relevant agencies. The building mechanical system shall be designed to meet the applicable noise regulations of the New York City Noise Control Code, and that is section 24-227. Visual corridor, since this is by the waterfront and it is a waterfront site, a visual corridor, waterfront public access, and shore public walkway will be provided in accordance with the waterfront regulations of Article 6, Chapter 2 of the New York City Zoning Resolution, and shall be subject to review at the City Planning Commission. The property's perimeter adjacent to maritime facility should include additional planting that should extend from the property line at Edgewater Street to the waterfront public access area. No recreational in-water access shall be provided at the site to avoid potential conflict between the maritime use and the recreational users such as boaters and others. All bulkhead work shall comply in accordance with New York State DEC and U.S. Army Corps of Engineer regulations and permits as required. A stormwater pollution prevention plan shall be filed with the New York State Department of Environmental Conservation as required by And new sidewalks and curbs shall be installed fronting the project site, a builder's pavement plan, and all required drawings shall be submitted per DOT specification for DOT review and approval, and sidewalks shall be constructed and restored per DOT standard. And enhanced exterior lighting will be added around the project sites. These are the conditions that are coming out of combination of the environmental and also when we were reviewing it, the issues that came up as part of our review. So I kind of laid out everything together, but if we are to approve it, these are the conditions I'm recommending. Is everybody okay with those conditions?
Do you want to add like the two notes to the conditions?
That's already in the plan. So I'm separating the plan notes.
Okay.
that will be with the plan, that's all.
You're satisfied with the notes on the plan?
Yeah, I saw the plan notes,
Okay.
yes. So I'm
Sounds good.
satisfied with.
Is it motion to approve?
Motion to grant?
Motion to approve, Chair Shonda,
Aye.
Vice Chair Shabeta,
All right.
Commissioner Otley Brown.
Go ahead.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I heard him say aye. Okay. Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta,
Aye.
Commissioner Yoon.
Aye.
Application has been granted. Item number 4, 2024-09 BZ, 401 Park Avenue, Brooklyn.
Okay. Just give me a second. I'm just scrolling through my notes.
Mhm.
Okay. So applicant has submitted a letter seeking withdrawal without prejudice. On March 18th, DEP issued its comment letter based on the latest submission regarding air quality. DEP states that the results of the air quality analysis show potential exceedance of the particulate matter PM 2.5 National Ambient Air Quality Standard for reports for receptors placed on the facade of the proposed building. Without a 52% reduction of emission from the heat treating equipment at neighboring Hercules Heat Treating Corporation, DEP finds that the proposed HEPA filters and inoperable windows would not be sufficient to address the exceedance. The DEP letter also notes that factoring in the 52% reduction is, quote, overly optimistic, unquote, and affirms that Hercules HTC has been operating at this location for decades and has valid air permits for its equipment. Additionally, DEP states that discrepancies that were identified in the analysis, if corrected, would not change the conclusion of the analysis. DEP further questions whether DOB would even permit inoperable windows for both the first floor and most of the cellar of the school. So, upon reading DEP's review comments and what the board has been discussing throughout the prior hearings, in my view, the air permit and emission levels of Hercules Heat Treating Corporation are not within BSA's authority to investigate or to enforce. DEP's Bureau of Environmental Compliance is the office that is empowered to investigate and enforce these matters. But because such enforcement is not part of the SECRA review and not entitled and not entirely unpredictable as to the timing and the outcome, the 52% reduction cannot reasonably be assumed in the air quality analysis. Based on DEP's assessment, I find that the project fails to meet finding C of the special permit. The project site is unable to mitigate the adverse effects of the surrounding non-residential districts through measures on the subject zoning lot. The intent of the special permit text was to require mitigation measures to be implemented on the subject site and not on the source site. So in addition to that, BSA also received a letter from the opposition, which is from the Hercules Heat Treating Corporation, asking the board to reject the withdrawal request and to deny the application. I am mostly based on DEP's review and what I have stated throughout my previous hearings. I am going to recommend that we not accept the withdrawal request, but deny the application for not being able to meet the findings of the special permit. So I make a motion to disapprove. If everybody, let me hear from each one of the commissioners. Vice Chair Shibata.
I agree with you. I wonder if it's a motion disapprove or will we vote and to approve and we just deny?
I think it's a motion to approve and we all. we-
Yeah, motion to approve, but
We'll,
the question,
yeah,
yeah,
okay,
thank you for the clarification.
nothing further.
Okay, Commissioner Otley Brown?
I'm in agreement with you. I have nothing to add.
Okay. Commissioner Sheta?
I agree with you. I'm like, okay with, a motion to deny or to approve and then
Okay,
we vote.
okay,
I vote no. But I just want to correct the record. I believe you mentioned, Chair, that the project failed to mitigate the impacts you said from the surrounding residential. I believe you meant surrounding manufacturing.
Surrounding, yes.
Yes, I
Thank
just
you
wanted
for-
to correct that.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you for the correction. Commissioner Yoon?
Thank you. I agree. I also want to mention that while we focused on air quality as a matter of threshold, we also had some concerns with school safety and the students commute to school through the neighborhood, through the manufacturing district. So, but I agree with you and I'm ready to vote.
Okay,
Okay,
so
the motion to approve, Chair Shanda,
no,
Vice Chair Shabeta,
No,
Commissioner Otley Brown,
No,
Commissioner Sheta,
No,
Commissioner Yoon.
No,
Application has been denied.
oh my God, what happened?
What
here?
happened?
My document just disappeared.
Do you want me to hold?
you want some help?
It's disappeared. Give it a second. If you open Word.
These laptops, I don't know.
This, what is this? Why is this? This is froze. My computer just froze.
All right,
Give it.
let's hold the hearing, sorry. We're gonna take a couple minutes break here, second.
what happened? It just
My,
disappeared.
my computer just
Everything
froze.
just, it's thinking. We got a circle. of-
The computer is blinking?
Hmm?
The computer is blinking?
No, it's just frozen, but
It's
give,
just frozen.
give it a few minutes. It's thinking intermittently, so,
What is it thinking?
you know what? We should ask.
Maybe there is some
It
symptom.
reminds me of that ad. Mayday, Mayday, or whatever, and say, what are you
Control Alt
thinking?
Delete and go to
We're
the-
thinking, we're thinking.
Yeah,
I say, what are you
let's see.
go to
thinking?
the task manager and you're gonna find one of.
It's not letting us do
frozen
anything
right now, so
It's
it's control
frozen.
alt delete. Let's see, now it's coming up.
It's frozen.
Oh, you might be going into safe mode.
Shut it, stop.
Okay,
All right, we're still connected on YouTube, so be careful what you say.
all right, just everyone, it's gonna be fine. Everything's gonna be.
Yeah.
Okay,
Calm down.
The Brooklyn. look.
Ms. Martinez, we're live.
Okay, Jelly, you want to move the screen? Thank you.
Oh, boy.
Oh, no, it says, oh, there we go, back on the review session. Thank you for your patience, ladies and gentlemen. We are back on for the record review session. The next item, we did the,
Did we vote on Park Avenue?
Yes.
We did.
yes. Okay, next item is, decision item is item number 5, 2024-10BZ, 1679 63rd Street, Brooklyn.
Okay.
Let me go back to YouTube on this. Make sure we're on YouTube.
Are we back on YouTube?
Yeah, I just watch it on my thing here,
Okay.
just to make sure.
All right, this is, again, another project that went through a lot of ups and downs, and I want to thank again my team, Ms. Benke, Ms. Pranga, Mr. Costanza, for bringing it to a closure, and as also the applicant's team for working with us and responding to all our concerns and addressing them with their stellar team of environmental and the architecture team. So the applicant has submitted a revised plan and a draft restrictive deck has been provided, which is tied to the school safety plan. And the term of the restrictive deck should be included in the resolution, as well as the safety plan elements, including the main entry and exit for students and staff will be at 1673 62nd Street, Brooklyn. 63rd Street entry will only be used for garbage pickup, delivery, and in case of an emergency. A school safety coordinator officer will be established to oversee arrival and dismissal operations. School bus arrival dismissal will be the primary mode of transportation for students attending the school. Any other mode of transportation, such as private vehicles or walking, must be coordinated with the school safety coordination officer in advance, as described in the school safety plan. For any students who may walk, caregivers, students will be advised to utilize safe walking routes identified in the handbook. An annual orientation and student handbook will be provided to students and caregivers describing arrival and dismissal procedures. Students, caregivers will receive an annual orientation for school safety routes to the school, and it shall be coordinated. All student bus and pedestrian arrival and departure will use the frontage on 62nd Street. No more than 2 buses at a time will have access to the 62nd Street frontage for drop-off and pickup. A safety administrator will manage and coordinate arrival and dismissal operations along the school frontage. 2 dedicated safety staff would be stationed along the 62nd Street frontage to manage and oversee arrival and dismissal operations, including loading and unloading of students, managing the queues of buses, and prohibiting double parking and U-turns. All bus boarding and deboarding will be supervised by staff, with all safety staff coordination with walkie-talkies or any future technology that may come about of similar nature. All arrivals and dismissal will be based on a staggered schedule. Late arrivals or early departure must provide notice to school safety coordinator officer and coordinate with school safe access. Crossing guards will be provided at 62nd Street and 17th Avenue, and 61st Street and 16th Avenue, and 61st Street and 17th Avenue during peak student arrival and departure periods. And clear pedestrian pathways shall be maintained along the sidewalks in front of the school. A 3 times per year monitoring plan and report will be completed annually for minimum of 3 years and submitted to BSA. At its discretion, BSA may extend the monitoring period to a 4th year if additional improvements to safety operations are warranted. So if everybody is satisfied with the way the application has been shaped, I want to read out my motion to approve with list of conditions.
That's fine.
Okay. So the conditions are, with regards to noise, window wall attenuation with an OITC rating of 28 dBA shall be provided along both street frontages. Window wall attenuation with an OITC rating of 31 dBA shall be provided for the classrooms on second and third floors facing the second floor floor roof playground. An alternate means of ventilation shall be provided to maintain a closed window condition. The roof shall contain an AIL sound wall with STC rating of 32 as shown on the BSA approved plan. An E designation has been placed for hazmat, and it is and the hazardous material assessment shall be coordinated through the mayor's office of environmental remediation. The proposed project shall use grid electricity to power HVAC system. HVAC type shall comply with all the applicable laws and regulations as determined by DOB and other relevant agencies. All transportation and safety measures shall be implemented as per BSA approved plan and subject to additional restrictions per restrictive declaration recorded against the subject property. School bus arrival and dismissal will be the primary mode of transportation for the students attending the school. I'm going to repeat a few of the safety features as a condition. And these are that the main student and staff entry and exit will be along 62nd Street, Brooklyn, 63rd Street entry will only be used for garbage pickup, deliveries, and in case of an emergency. An 80-foot long no standing school zone from 7 a.m. to 6 p.m. shall be permitted pursuant to DOT approval located along the 62nd Street school frontage. No more than 2 buses at a time will have access to the 62nd Street frontage for drop-off and pickup. Existing curb cuts shall be restored to curb heights pursuant to DOT-approved builder's pavement plan and to DOT standards. With regards to school safety, the applicant shall comply with all the requirements of the school safety plan and the restrictive declaration recorded against the subject property. And the applicant will obtain a letter from Fire Department Technology Management that confirms the rooftop play area design is in full compliance with the relevant code sections for firefighter access and clearance on the rooftop. If the design is not in full compliance with the requirements, applicant will seek and obtain a variance approval from the technology management. Those are the conditions. Is everybody satisfied with those? Okay.
Okay.
Make a motion.
Motion to approve, Chair Shanda,
Aye.
Vice Chair Shibeta,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Shetta,
Aye.
Commissioner Yoon.
Aye.
Application has been granted. Item number 6, 2024-38BZ, 90-1700 79th Street, Queens.
Okay. I don't think there was any submission that was required for this one. A survey has been provided,
Yeah.
which shows the distance from the existing building located on lot 43. So I don't have any other issues with this. I want to make a motion to approve.
Chair Shanda,
Aye.
Vice Chair Shibeta,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Shetta,
Aye.
Commissioner Yoon.
Aye.
Application has been granted. Item number 8, 2025-40BZ.
Okay. Applicant,
So I didn't address.
oh, I'm sorry.
2800 Bruckner Boulevard, Queens. I'm sorry, wait a minute.
No, it's not
Richmond.
Bruckner. This
Sorry. Yes, I just
Richmond.
realized I slipped. 2025-25BZ, 2456 Richmond Avenue, Staten Island.
Okay, applicant requested deferral.
Right.
An E designation has been placed for hazmat on this site, but the applicant needs to make the necessary corrections to the plans and all the notes. So it needs time to address it. I just want to do a second call on Bruckner Boulevard because I just saw the DEP sign off
Yeah.
on air quality, so I need to review it before I can make the recommendations because there
Okay,
were
so
some
I'll call it and
recommendations.
I'll
Yeah.
announce that with the
So
second.
let's do a second call on Bruckner.
Yeah, so 2025-40BZ, 2800 Bruckner Boulevard. We will do a second call at the end.
Okay.
Item number 9, 2025-41 BZ, 13802 Hillside Avenue, Queens.
Okay, just give me a second. Okay, so we received the community board approval with conditions. Approval for a 5-year term for any time extension in consideration of the site's proximity to Jamaica Hospital and neighboring businesses. Signage limitation with no signage exceeding 15 feet in height. Presence of NYPD or private security personnel on site in response to community safety concerns related to the Jamaica Avenue location. Maintain the site clean always. Inclusion of artwork that highlights Queens and New York City, and enhancement of landscaping through the additional daffodils. Applicant in its cover letter states that it has agreed to the community board conditions. I believe Secra is also closed, Ms. Benke? And
That's correct. Yes,
we have received the final EAS.
yes.
There is an E designation that has been placed for hazmat. And again, further assessment should be coordinated through the mayor's office of environmental remediation. Accordingly, applicant has revised the statement of facts, the plans, and the traffic analysis. So everybody's satisfied with the information and the corrections that's been? I want to make a motion to approve a 10-year term, which is the minimum that, which is the suggested term limit for this special permit.
Mhm.
with-
Sorry, excuse me. I need to confirm if there was an E designation on this site.
Oh, there
I-
was?
I'm just checking. I don't recall that, but I'm gonna check. If you could give me a minute.
Maybe,
Unless it's already existing, let me
unless,
check.
you know what? I have a feeling I may have done a wrong cut and paste.
These are on the other
In the
page.
submission, I did read that they said it was an existing one from 2025.
Oh, okay, that
Cool.
might be.
It's an E designation number 175.
Oh, yeah, so that's probably an old existing one. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay,
Okay, thank you. Thank you for confirming. So make a motion for a 10-year term with the following conditions. That no breakfast for the drive-through will be permitted because otherwise the use is permitted. So if they want to have a breakfast as a walk-in, that's okay, but not for the drive-through because we did not analyze it. The site shall be maintained free and clear of debris at all times. The site shall maintain a minimum of 12 reservoir spaces as illustrated on the BSA approved plan. Under no circumstances shall the operator allow motor vehicles queues to spill back onto the street, including blockages of the sidewalks because of the operational and safety concerns, and appropriate signage shall be maintained advertising the same. If the above conditions fail to meet during operation of the facility and no other additional corrective measures can reasonably be implemented by the operator, then and in consultation with City DOT and DOB, and after providing advance written notice and permitting the operator an opportunity to be heard, BSA will take the action to revoke the special permit. All sidewalk and curb cut improvements shall be subject to DOT review and approval, post DOB approval, and builder's pavement plan is required to be submitted for these improvements, and it should be to DOT standards, and improvement shall be pursuant to DOT standards. The AVC system shall remain active at all times. No signage shall exceed 15 foot and high per community board recommendations. Apart from that, BSA is not waiving any of the other underlying sign regulations, and signage shall comply with applicable zoning regulations and as approved by New York City DOB. All pavement markings and circulation signage within the site and all screening, including landscaping fencing, shall be maintained as per DOB approved plan. All lighting shall be directed down and away from adjacent residential properties. Lumen level at the property line abutting residential use shall not exceed 5 foot candle.
2 or 5?
Oh, two.
2.
I'm sorry.
Sorry, I
Two.
spoke.
No, you're right. Thank you. Those are the conditions.
Regarding the e-designation, I just want to correct my statement. What they said is, it was an e-designation number, the E-175 prior to 2025. And in 2025, it was updated to E-842.
Okay, all right. E-842.
This is the updated.
Okay,
Call the vote.
thank you. Yeah.
Motion to approve, Chair Shanda,
Aye.
Vice Chair Shabeta,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Shetta,
Aye.
Commissioner Yoon.
Aye.
Application has been granted. Do you want to state that 1612 is being adjourned, or are we still adjourning it? That's what I have.
Which is the-
Nostrand Avenue? Yeah,
We'll do it at the time.
at the time? Okay, fine. We are now on the zoning calendar, new cases, 2025-24 BZ 86 Warren Street, Manhattan.
Okay, we received proof of initial filing and hearing notices. Committee board voted to disapprove this application, and the resolution states that it would consider reconsideration of the application upon resolution of these matters. The applicant shall provide written confirmation from legal counsel for both the applicant and the affected neighboring properties that all disputes have been fully resolved. The applicant shall provide a plan demonstrating how additional work will avoid further impacts on adjacent properties. The applicant shall provide documentation confirming that affected neighboring property owners have been made whole or that a binding agreement is in place. Also received opposition letter from Warren Street Tenant Corp., that is 80 Warren Street, regarding the variance for additional construction because, as the letter states, the hotel has not fixed the significant damages already caused by the initial construction. And the hotel has not met the agreement signed by them and 80 Warren Street, and the documents submitted by the hotel have significant factual inaccuracies. So applicant should provide a written response to all these comments the community board has raised. This is an application for a bulk waiver pursuant to zoning resolution 7221 to permit enlargement of an existing hotel located at the subject site. Applicant is seeking a waiver of the floor area ratio and the height. It is an existing, it's a site that consists an existing 11-story hotel, which was completed in 2024. It is a 69-room hotel with also 12 residential dwelling units. And it is fully operational, as I mentioned, and it's in Zone X flood zone that is post-Sandy firm map. So I just want, before I get into the detail, I just want us, well, I'll get into that later on. I'll just jump straight to what the applicant is proposing. And a CO was received on this application as of May 2025. So applicant is proposing to provide a partial addition of a 12th floor, adding about nearly 3,000 square foot of floor area on top of the existing 11-story hotel to compensate for the loss of 3 subcellars, which were removed from the originally proposed plan due to the applicant encountering unforeseen and burdensome site conditions. And the reason for this partial addition would be to provide a recreational area for the 12 residential dwelling unit, a fitness room for hotel, 2 meeting rooms, one of which can be used as a screening room, and an additional office space for back of the house operation. So an applicant states that these components are standards for hotels of this scale and brand and are by no means superfluous. I'm quoting the applicant statement. So I'm going to jump straight to the findings. So start with the uniqueness feature. Applicant states that the inherent unique conditions are, and I'm quoting the applicant, proximity to fragile historic structures, and that the extreme fragility of which was unknown despite extensive due diligence, which necessitated extraordinary measures, unquote. Unforeseen site conditions at 80 Warren Street changed the project scope during the construction. Though please note, the statements that's been provided by the Warren Street Tenant Corporation represents otherwise, especially with regards to the floating wall. Applicant also cited other concerns, constraints, that is the sandy silt bedrock issue, and the high groundwater level, and such. So upon review of the A finding, where the applicant has presented a situation, what seems like an unforeseen circumstances, for 7221, the nexus between the proposal and the hardship is not there. The project received a certificate of occupancy for an as of right use. So the project meets all the requirements. In addition, the project is fully operational. The needs cited by the applicant are not zoning related. These are business decisions. So that is not a hardship. And therefore, I fail to see how it meets the A finding. I'm going to jump straight to the D part of it, because the B is financial, and I don't think we need to get into the details of that. C is not significant at this point if A is not met. But I do think, based on the documents that's been provided, the D finding, the self-created hardship, is a big question mark in my mind as I reviewed it. It seems like if the development team was considering a 4-level below grade construction with abutting buildings dating from 1900s, wouldn't a thorough site investigation have been conducted, especially with regards to groundwater level? Wouldn't a soil test have been done for such a deep below grade construction, especially in flood zone X, post Sandy? While not being aware of neighbor's foundation condition, wouldn't at a minimum, the applicant would have been required to do necessary underpinning to secure the abutting buildings and such? And these are, again, I might be asking questions that, because I'm not an engineer here, but I think it seems that the hotel structure was successfully completed despite all these issues, the challenges the applicant faced, and was able to secure the certificate of occupancy because it met all zoning requirements. So I am questioning the hardship, and it goes back to the question of these features that became an issue. It puts the question of where all required construction methodologies were adhered to per building code requirement during the initial construction that could have prevented the abandonment of the 3 subcellars. So I don't want to, again, get into too much detail on the other ones. So let me start with Vice Chair Shibata.
Thank you, Chair. My concern wasn't exactly as much, it still is the A finding, but it wasn't so much the hardship portion of it, it was more the uniqueness of it. And that site and its joining areas all have, from my understanding, the same soil conditions and the same on the site itself, within the 4 corners of that site, they all have the same. I don't see anything unique independently on that site with regard to all the sites around it, similar to some of the cases that we have in the Bronx where it's all rock and they can't really claim that it's unique because the surrounding area is exactly the same. So I would need the uniqueness, or at least some case law that supports that you can judge uniqueness from something outside of your lot which I didn't find. I did, I didn't see a D issue as much. I just, I think I'll stop here, because if the A is not met, then what will be the point of going on?
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Otley Brown?
So I agree with actually the both of you. I feel that it's not unique in Manhattan for a site to be adjacent to old buildings or historic buildings with shallow foundations. I feel that developers are constantly facing the challenge of constructing in areas where you have buildings of different ages that go down to different depths, and they're managing them for the most part quite successfully. This is an unfortunate circumstance in construction. And I don't think that the BSA should be in the business of bailing out property developers that suffer from unfortunate construction occurrences. Also, I believe that in this case, a hotel was built and is operating very well. And so the question of whether or not the hotel has an appropriate amount of amenities to vault it up into a super luxe category is more of a business decision and a programmatic needs argument that's actually placed onto a profit-making situation, a profit-making project. And so I don't agree with that either. So I am in agreement with the chair and the vice chair that the A finding has not been met yet.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Shetta?
Thank you, Chair. I have you bear with me. I'll work on the A, just the A, to prove that what's being claimed does not support any A finding there. I'll first start with the statement of facts. On page 6 of the statement, it says that the hotel is missing critical programmatic elements which are essential for the financial viability. I believe programmatic needs shouldn't be an argument in a case like this because it's not for profit. So I hope this argument is going to be taken from the statement. Again, on page 7, it states that the proposal will be a public benefit to the community. I believe again, this on such case, this kind of argument shouldn't be there. On the notice of comments, item number 16, our PM requested that the applicant provide a letter explaining why Marshall & Swift is less effective. I don't want to get into details for that, but I believe just to put it in the record, that Marshall & Swift is effective, has been used before several times, tons of times, I would say, to evaluate the construction cost for additions. And it should have been used on a case like this, but I don't think we need to talk about the financial more than that. The applicant also was asked why if they believe that the amenities that they asking for the addition to add are essential, why they didn't pre-program the spaces from the beginning and add whatever amenities they are looking for right now on either the residential starting floor line instead of some guest rooms. And the applicant response on this was like, if we eliminate some of the residential or some of the guest rooms, the project wouldn't be viable. I haven't seen any proof to that claim. Which is the engineering.
Hi, you're breaking up. I'm sorry, you're breaking up.
Oh, sorry about that.
Can't hear you that very well.
Is that better?
I think so.
Okay, I'll get closer to the mic.
I'm sorry, you're still breaking up. Is everyone else hearing the same thing? I apologize.
Yeah, I'm hearing it as well.
I don't understand.
It sounds like a connectivity issue, but I only hear it when Commissioner Shetta speaks.
Is that better?
Try to say like more, I guess. Yeah, it's still happening. Still breaking up. No. No,
It's
not
very
good.
inconsistent.
You wanna switch mics?
Today is a day of technical snafu.
I can't change my.
Oh, you got it.
Sorry, Sal.
Oh, so Carlos bringing another, mic out.
This is. The receiver is broken. The problem is this.
This guy.
Yes.
Let's,
Okay,
give me a second.
can we all,
Shift? Should we shift down?
For now.
yeah, can,
Yeah.
hold on. Can we- Hold on.
No, don't touch that mic, Commissioner.
Can we put up
Whatever.
technical difficulty?
Yeah, Jella?
Yeah, I'll put it up in a second.
Maybe he should move over to Mev's
I
spot.
was gonna say, maybe Mev, if you move and share a mic with Tony.
Oh,
No, it's not gonna go, Tom.
how about he moves to Mev's spot?
You can switch, sit here?
Yeah, you want it?
Yeah, sit here.
Yeah.
But it's all you.
Here. Oh, it's. Okay, we're on speed.
Yeah. So you're saying it's a Nets or?
It's a napkin.
It could be the math is kind of making a.
Is that on, Ned?
situation.
Ned, that's on, right?
Yeah, it's not on now, but.
But it's not,
Just
I mean, yeah. and-
I'll put it on.
Okay, no. You need to see that.
Thank you, thank you. Yeah, I'm. Thank you. Is that better?
Oh, she's on it, we're not on.
Oh, the room's muted.
No.
Carlo?
We did too.
Okay.
Oh. I mean, it's green.
Can you hear that?
He didn't say anything. Can you try to speak?
Is that better? Yes, now.
Are you guys hearing?
Now everyone's a little,
Uh-oh.
yeah.
Seriously?
How long have you not heard anything?
No.
It's just him?
You might not be heard at all. Are you on?
Can you guys hear me?
Okay, Chris and Sal just sounded clear to me, but Commissioner,
Oh.
Seriously?
Commissioner might check down the line. Yeah.
Can you hear me? This is really-
yeah, maybe.
Yes, we can hear you.
You can hear the chair?
Can you guys hear us? Can we put a? Tony, please send a note to DCAS that they need to fix it.
Yeah, needs to fix this. This is ludicrous. He's here and it still does it. Sorry, Carlo? They're not getting here either.
Okay, maybe if each person can say a sentence, each commissioner,
Okay, let me start. Can you hear me?
sounds good,
Okay, how about me?
sounds good,
How about me?
good.
How about now? Do you hear me?
It's much better, it's much better,
Okay, that's
Okay.
good.
good,
Is my mic is good?
yes,
Okay, great.
Commissioner Ali Brown is good?
yes,
Okay, mine is good, I would assume.
You're good.
Okay.
You don't worry about it. I have enough.
Okay, well, it's here, just.
it can go for like 3 hours.
Okay, good. I can hear
Thank you,
Commissioner Shenton. Thank you.
Okay, we're good?
Okay, so you were at COVID.
Yes.
No, please. Okay, so I saw a mention in the statement regarding COVID-19 and the special permit for the hotel under ZR 74-152. Again, I don't believe that zoning regulations or COVID should be part of the argument because they are applicable to every other like development in the area. And then I'll move to the engineering part of the application. And I'll break down the argument in the statement. The first one was the geotech conditions. I saw an argument regarding the depth to the bedrock, soft soils, and then on the adjacent buildings, I saw unforeseen conditions for the adjacent buildings and fragility of the adjacent buildings. One of the terms that was used was floating wall. I don't know what floating wall is, but if they mean that there was no foundation, and I believe that's what they meant, I'll come to that and show that the conditions were very well known, very well documented. And by the way, Chair, the investigation that was done is a requirement by the building code, and the building code specifies minimum, and I believe it was done to the standards. When I say the investigation, I'm talking about the soil investigation on the subject site. And as a requirement for the building code as well, it should be an investigation on the adjacent building, which was done as a part of the geotechnical investigation. And it was documented in the geotech report. There is another component to that, I'll come to it, which is called pre-construction survey, which is a requirement of the building code as well. I believe the section is 340943. The building code calls for a pre-construction survey before advancing any excavation. Now, on the geotech report, the geotech lists the soil layers on site as fill, and the depth of that fill is 18 to 20 feet. And then the silty sandy material, and after that, the bedrock, which was not encountered on site. But, and this is a big one here. Soil conditions encountered when it comes to the fill layer. 220 feet of fill puts the like, even with one cellar, not like 3 cellars, it eliminates the part of the soil that the building is gonna be bearing on. So you need to excavate that. So if the fill is gonna be excavated, it shouldn't be claimed as a problem. This is number one. Number two, that kind of fill, the depth that was encountered, is very common in the area. And I believe this site, I did work on some sites around this site before. I believe I did something on Murray Street, which is like a block before or so. That soil conditions was much worse than what is encountered on this site. Regarding the groundwater, there is no uniqueness there. The groundwater is at elevation negative 1.1, and the river is around the corner. So I believe that the groundwater actually should have been higher than that. But luckily, at this subject site, it was encountered at elevation negative 1.5. And the geotech engineer knew about this because he put what we call it observation well, and he monitored the groundwater inside versus time. And he concluded that groundwater is there, and that's why he specified the need for a dewatering system. And in his design for the SOE, knowing that he's gonna go 3 cellars below grade, he even suggested to put a plug, and I explained that later on when I come to the SOE drawings. But in summary, the soil conditions were not unique at all, and they were very common. And when compared to other sites, I would say the soil conditions encountered on this site are much better than others that I have seen before. the type of the anticipated conditions of the anticipated issues also was cited in the geotech report. So the geotech engineer actually, and I praise him for that, he put some sort of like expectation management is in his geotechnical report. He said that, guys, you're gonna need to dig 3 cellars below grade. You're gonna encounter an issue with the dewatering. You're gonna need an SOE, which is very like expensive system, the secant pile wall system. And he alerted about possible movements for the adjacent buildings and even possible structural issues like cracks. So that was indicated in the geotech report. If you read the geotech report on page 3, if you go to page 3, you're gonna see that it's clearly saying that issues can be encountered. Geotech report under proposed construction says that the bottom of the excavation is anticipated to be 56 feet below grade, almost 60 feet deep below grade. And then on page 10, and I'm reading from the geotech report, it says this: retaining structures will provide lateral stability to maintain the integrity of the ground and adjacent structures. This is the purpose for the SOE. With excavation in granular soils, some settlement of the adjacent ground buildings should be anticipated or expected. That's alert here, and that proves that the geotech report, the geotech engineer knew about possible settlement, and he accounted for that in the geotech report. And it says after that, and this is, I want everybody to pay attention here because this is one of the issues I believe that caused the dilemma on this side. It says settlement of about 0.25% to 0.5%. The building should be anticipated. Again, 0.25% to 0.5%. If you can please calculate 0.25% of 60 feet, you're gonna see that it's almost about 1.6 inches. And if you go to the higher limit, which is 0.5%, and these are the expectations of the geotech engineer himself, who prepared the geotech report for this side, 0.5% of 60 feet is more than 3 inches. We'll go to the SOE and see how this was managed in the design of the SOE to show how the limitations that were put in the movement of adjacent building caused the issue on this side. So we're expecting from 1.6 to 3.2 inches movement in the adjacent building. And after that, that geotech report actually talk about the adjacent building conditions. And they've done like several test pits. If you go to page 53 through 57, if I can share my screen for page 53. Yeah, this is the geotech report, and this is page 53, like I said. This is one of the test pits that was done on one of the walls. And if you look at the plan, it shows the thicknesses of the wall and the type of the construction. And if you look at the cross section, this is the wall. It's 2-part wall. One of them is 18 inches. The other one, I believe, is 10 inches. It shows that it has footing, brick footing, which is very common for building like this in Manhattan. So this is a clear section that indicates the construction of the adjacent wall. Again, this is another test pit at another location in the geotech report that show the condition and the type of the construction of the adjacent wall. Another one here. Another one here. Another one here. So 4 test pits were done to expose the adjacent building foundation wall and its footing. And it was clearly like the conditions were clearly indicated in the geotech report. If you look at the geotech report on page you search for the word exposed in the geotech report, you're gonna read clearly that it says the foundation walls of the adjacent building were exposed. And exposed means that the geotech engineer was able to look at them and see the conditions. And with that exposure and that inspection from the geotechnical engineer to the foundation wall, he didn't mention anything about cracks or structural issues with the wall. Yeah, I believe this is page 9. On page 9, this is paragraph probably under support of excavation. The second paragraph, it's on the screen right there. It says, small settlement should be expected during the second pylon installation process with the contractor workmanship. The foundation walls of the buildings should be partial, necessary, and it says as they exposed. And then it says the test pits revealed concrete brick foundation wall. So they know the construction again, and they spoke about the parging that could be minimal. That means that the foundation wall before the construction starts was like in a very good condition. And it's very well documented in the geotech report, like I said. So the conditions, I believe the conditions were like clearly known. That next point I want to talk about is they said that the walls and the joists of the adjacent building were not connected, meaning that the joist of the different floors were not connected to the walls. I have two responses to that. The first one, the wall hold joists. That's a concept. It's not the opposite. The joists do not hold the wall. All what the joist can do to the wall is just to brace it laterally. But the issue with this wall is a vertical movement. It did settle. So the wall that the joists, whether they are connected or not, they wouldn't be able to like manifest or prevent that settlement, even if they were connected. And I did look at one of the documents that were submitted, and I'll put it on the screen. Yeah, this is a document submitted as part of Plan B report. And what is highlighted in red here, this is the existing condition. If you read it, it says existing floor joist. And if you look at the extension, the wall joist actually penetrates like 12 inches into the wall, meaning that it was a connection before that. I believe that Plan B engineer thought that the connection is not that intact, or maybe it need to be strengthened. And that's why he suggested to add an extra bracing and striving to that connection. But there was a connection based on this detail and the report from Plan B between the foundation wall and the joist. And looking at the adjacent building at 81, actually, I haven't seen any sign of fragility there. And there is, honestly, in the engineering world, there is nothing called fragile building. There is something called structurally stable building and structurally non-stable building. And if it is required by code before you commence the excavation, and I mentioned the section again, I believe it's 430934. It is a requirement to perform a pre-construction survey, meaning that you send a professional there, look at all the adjacent buildings, do the excavations within 10 feet of that excavation, and document the conditions and give an idea about where the foundations are located, what kind of foundations are used for these buildings. And I believe that should have been done on this project. And if it was done, I'm actually asking them to submit that pre-construction survey to us. Now, I'll go to the SOE drawings. If you look at the SOE drawings, there is a specification of the limit that triggers top work for the adjacent building. And that limit initially was 1/4 of an inch. And then when the building, I believe they added another quarter or maybe another half an inch. It was confusing the way it was written in the statement of fact.
Yeah, I believe this is the table here. Hello?
I have no idea. I didn't touch anything.
Hello? Hello?
You open that.
We can hear.
You sure?
I didn't touch it.
Can we do something like on
Hmm.
Zoom? Where is?
Try again.
No.
That's not me. That's okay.
It's still-
Cool, man.
It's off now.
Okay.
It's good?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, if you look at that table there, and this is one of the things that actually bothered me. By the geotech statement, the geotechnical engineer, he said 1/4% to 0.5%. Again, 1/4% times 60 times 12. 60 is the excavation depth in feet. And to convert that from feet to inches, you multiply it by 12. If you do the math, 1/4% is 1.6 inches. 0.5% is 3 point something inches, 3.2. If you anticipated 3.2 inches, how come you're asking the project team to stop work of the adjacent, if the adjacent building has moved 1/4 of an inch? That's a problem. And if there is a problem, you should have looked at it and specified a way to resolve that in advance before you start excavation. But they didn't. But thankfully, when they got Plan B board, that Plan B engineer, and I want to praise this engineer because his document was really good. He specified a way to support the adjacent building. And he gave the project team a methodology. I'm looking for. Yeah. Here. Look at this detail like very well. What is shown here is the adjacent building foundation, which is this. And what this guy did, he put a concrete block next to the wall. And he suggested to connect that concrete block to the adjacent wall. And then carry this concrete block on 2 pile foundations. One of them is this guy here, and the other one is this guy here. So when this building foundation, when the excavation is advanced, and the building wanna settle whatever inches to 3 inches, not 1/4 of an inch, because this is not gonna happen. What's gonna happen is that foundation here is not gonna be able to hold that wall. What's gonna happen is the load that is gonna come from this wall and go to that concrete block and then go to the piles. We call this an alternative foundation system. I'm not sure if this was listened to. I'm not sure if this was filed with the DOB. I don't believe it was. I scoured the DOB's website to see a filing with this drawing. I believe this was abandoned and wasn't listened to. So this is another issue that was encountered during that advancement of the excavation, and it wasn't tackled properly. So in summary, I do believe that, yes, I believe issues was encountered during the excavation. That issues were real, the building did move. But I believe that project team failed to secure that building, to provide an alternative foundation system to make sure that this building is not gonna move. I believe all the issues encountered are not resulting from a fragility of the adjacent building or from unforeseen soil conditions. I believe they were resulting from poor management of construction issues that was encountered during the excavation. The last thing I wanna put on the screen, and I got this actually, I believe Friday. This is the document that was submitted by the opposition. And it's a monitoring graph for the adjacent building. If you look at the top of the document here, you're gonna see that on the facade next to the excavation, they put benchmarks. They are numbered, and on the they start shooting these benchmarks with laser, and they count that they calculate the elevation, and from that, if they calculated the elevation today and next week, if you subtract the two, it's gonna give you how much that building did move. And then they plotted the movement of that building against time on weekly basis. And also they put the advancement of the pile installation, the secant pile wall installation, and the pile installation for the adjacent building. And look at this. Here, pile installation activity, here. The building was stable, and then the pile was installed, boom, settlement. Again, no pile installation, no movement. Single pile installation in 1 day, the building didn't move. Again, activity, no settlement. Then 30-inch pile installation, the building was diving. If you look at the second graph, same exact pattern. Pile installation movement, pile installation movement. No activity, no movement. Same thing here. So based on this graph, we don't need to look at anything else to conclude that the movement of the building didn't result of a fragility of the building of.
Could you just repeat that? You just broke up. Could you?
Was resulting the activities that were going on inside the excavation, and the excavation. I believe the impact of the excavation was minor. I believe that the major thing that caused these buildings to start playing was the installation of the 30-inch secant pile wall. One final thing on the SOE drawings, I did read something here on the detail. This here. And it says soil mix construction sequence. I want to know what is this. My understanding is that this detail is for a secant pile wall. Secant pile wall is drilled to just show or explain what I'm asking about the difference. Secant pile wall is drilled inside a steel tube or pipe that's placed in ground, and it's advanced for the installation, and the drilling is done inside that pipe. They call it casing. So by putting this pipe into ground, you make sure that when you drill, water is not going to seep in, and it's not going to pull the pine and the soils from the foundations from underneath the foundation next door. That's the secant pile wall. It's a very expensive system, like I said, but if it's done right, it's the best. Soil mixing is something different. Soil mixing, you just get an auger and you auger the ground and you push cement grout in. And that cement grout make the soil it's less hard. And then they continue that augering or drilling to the target elevation. And then they start augering back to take it up while pushing grout in, so it mixes the soil with grout. So it forms like a column, soil mix column. That soil mix column and the technique it is installed is weak. And if you have the kind of soil that's encountered on this side, which is the sandy sill, it can cause that material to start getting loose and getting pulled from underneath the adjacent buildings. So I want to know whether the system that was installed was a soil mix system, a secant pile wall. And if they have any, like I said, if they have the pre-construction survey, I would like to get that. If they have any testing on the SOE, I would like to get that. And I believe I just want to look at them for my curiosity to like understand more what caused the issues in this side. But I don't believe that there was any uniqueness based on engineering factors here. Neither the soil conditions nor the adjacent building conditions. And I apologize for my long testimony. Thank you.
Thank you for the thorough assessment. Commissioner Yoon.
Thank you. I think I agree with all of the commissioners. This does not make an A finding as it stands. In summary, I believe the applicant is asking for a variance based on two distinct business decisions that I'm going to focus on that it made during the course of hotel development. The team conducted, it seems, the necessary due diligence, including what Commissioner Sheta discussed. After this due diligence on an interior infill site in Lower Manhattan, knowing that all adjacent buildings, or nearly all, were over a century old, and on top of uncontrolled fill, a conscious decision was made to design an ambitious subcellar 52 feet below grade. No doubt this development team increased their construction contingency to account for the risk. I'm sure all the lenders, everybody required that the contingency go up because this is definitely a risk that they knew that they were going to take. So the way I see it, they did not need to build a 52-foot deep subcellar, which is obvious as the building is up with one cellar level and as of right and operating. But it wasn't a requirement to have a deep subcellar to accommodate any zoning or building code related issues. It was an informed choice by the development team to take a calculated development risk. So the second business decision that I want to talk about is that when the redesign happened, which is June of 2020, when they encountered the initial problems with excavation, they had to accommodate the loss of 3 subcellar levels. So you are redesigning the building, basically, when you lose that much of your program space, right? So there's no way that this development team and the hotel operations did not discuss what was more important, 69 keys, or do we reduce that a little bit and get that screening room that we really need in order to keep the Ferndale brand? That discussion definitely happened. It was a clear opportunity during the redesign to consider what was going to be most important. And clearly the 69 keys were most important here. So I think those two business decisions are not what makes an A finding. But then to specifically talk about what the applicant lists as being hardships or uniqueness, COVID, which of course affected basically all construction sites in the city to some extent, in this case delayed the project by 2 months, not an excessive delay. The special permit that's cited was going to be effective 18 months after you discovered the excavation issues. So that also seems like a stretch to say that that was going to cause you some excessive hardship given the timeline that's been presented in the statement of facts. Groundwater, uncontrolled fill, adjacency to historic structures in Lower Manhattan, none of that is should be considered unique hardships to this site. So for me, there's no A finding here, and that's all I have to say.
Sure. Can I add just one minor thing
Okay.
regarding the soil? The claim that the soil is soft and it's not helping the project team is actually was responded to in the submission. This building, it's an 11-story building, and I wanna like caution the applicant to be careful about what he mentions in the statement of facts. This building is supported. It's 11-story building that is supported on shallow foundation. It's a mat foundation, as I did look at the SOE drawings in the background. The foundation system is shallow foundation system. There is no single pile that is supporting that building. So if you founded this 11-story building on the very same soil that you're claiming it's soft and it's not good, there's a problem here. So just be careful about that.
All right. Thank you all for your very thoughtful and clear assessment.
Hold on.
Okay, yeah, let's move on to our continued hearing.
Special order calendar, continued hearing items. Item number 11, 11853BZ, volume 3, 105, 106, 57, 160th Street, Queens.
Okay. Applicant submitted revised plan to reflect delivery area to previously approved plan. Also per revised photos, gate has been replaced with a new chain link gate. And the site does look cleaner than prior submissions. And a signage information has been revised to show compliance with C1. I know the applicant is trying to work with its existing tenants and there are some improvements and that would have to be done. That is a responsibility of the individual tenant, but overall, I'm satisfied with what the applicant has provided. Vice Chair Shibata.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to add that the storage containers and walk-in coolers have been removed. I'm satisfied with the application.
Thank you. Commissioner Oakley Brown,
I'm also satisfied with the application.
Commissioner Sheta.
I'm satisfied with the application too. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Yoon.
Yes, thank you to the applicant for the latest round of new photos. Shows that the rear yard is clear of structures and the new gate is installed and the plans have been revised. I am satisfied.
Okay, good. Thank you.
Okay, item number 12-492-82 BZ 16 73rd Place, Queens.
Okay, just one second. At the last hearing, board had directed the applicant to provide a 6-foot-high residential quality fence between the auto body building, address 72-1473 Place, Lot 8, and the residential home located at 72-73rd Place, Lot 6. We received a letter from the owner of 71-2273 Place, located on lot number 12, which is part of the attached three-story home that is located along the southern lot line of the auto repair building. So you have this building, then there's the auto repair building, and then the subject building for which this application has been filed. So to me, it is not clear why the proposed fence on the north side of the auto repair building would be an issue for the property owners and the letters that we have received. Also, we received a similar letter from the neighboring residential building located south of 72 south of the subject building, located at 72-0873 Place, 73 Place, with similar concerns. The proposed fence will be to ensure safety for the residential home located on Lot 6, abutting the auto repair. Placement of fence should not affect any of the neighboring homes that we have received the concerns from. It is an issue of a built context. Most of the homes in the areas are attached and semi-detached homes with shared driveways. It is not unusual to not see fences along the side lot line except along the rear yards. So the subject building is a detached building and it abuts the auto repair building, and it has windows abutting the auto repair use. The subdivision of the initial lot shows that the existing building is located 4 feet from the southern lot line where the proposed fence is proposed to be located. So as the applicant states in the statement of fact that the existing home on Lot 6 was not subject to BSA approvals, however, the auto body is. The photos show that the auto repair operator uses the 4-foot wide side yard of Lot 6 to park its vehicle and use the portion of the side yard in the rear yard to store its material. If this application were to be before the board for only Lot 8, which is the auto repair body, board would have required the same measures to be implemented. So though I do not believe safety concerns raised by the neighbors is justifiable, if there is only issue of somebody is backing out of their driveway and they're not able to see past the 6-foot high fence, maybe one consideration modification that I'm willing to look at is a 6-foot high fence be maintained along the 4-foot along the side lot line, which is 4 feet from the residential building, the subject residential building, and then it be reduced to 4 foot high for the remaining portion along the front yard. So this way, if somebody's if somebody's pulling out and they want to see if there are any cars coming or going, at least the 4-foot high would provide provide that visual clearance if that's the issue that has been raised, which is the issue that has been raised, which I'm not convinced, but I'm willing to make that modification to the thing, but I'm not going to have this project go through without a fence at the proper location where it should be to protect the residential building. Okay. Vice Chair Shibata.
I have nothing to add. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. Thank you. Commissioner Otley Brown?
I agree with you, Chair.
Commissioner Sheta?
Thank you, Chair. I have nothing to add.
Okay. Commissioner Yoon?
Chair, to, maybe just as a suggestion, what if the fence were to be like a metal picket fence that allows visibility, but creates that demarcation? So it's not a solid opaque fence? And that would alleviate concerns about visibility.
Typically, I mean, as you know, whenever we are approving automotive or gasoline service station abutting a residential building, we always ask for opaque fence.
Yeah.
So that the business operation, there's a privacy that is provided for the residential
Sure,
building.
yeah, I understand.
And that's why I'm saying, at least for the portion of the residential portion of if you look at I don't know if anybody can share the screen, the elevation photograph that's been submitted, up to at least the front porch of the building, have a 6-foot high. And after that, up to that, as you can see, the cars are parked right on that 4-foot 4-foot wide side yard of the building, and there are windows abutting it.
Yeah.
So my suggestion is have it up to 6-foot high where that building ends, that 1-story portion, and after that make it 4-foot high. And you want to make it into a wrought iron fence with some kind of visibility, that's okay. But it has to be 6-foot high for the portion where that primary business operation is happening.
So before we.
And that would-
windows.
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah, and that would resolve the visibility
yeah.
thing.
And then you make it 4-foot high for the remainder of the portion.
I guess it wouldn't go that far.
Yeah,
Or would you convert it to a picket
Yeah.
fence?
yeah. Or make it into a picket fence, 4-foot high picket fence, whichever way it is.
Right.
That allows for the visibility, if that's a
Yeah.
concern.
I think that might be a better solution,
Yeah.
so that,
Opaque for 6 feet?
6 feet opaque, yeah,
Then cut,
Yeah.
then you put a 4-foot.
Yeah.
Until the street wall,
Street wall.
and then after the street wall coming out.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's fair enough.
Yeah.
Yeah.
and I think that if.
and
it's
I think the yard is about 10 or 15 foot deep, so that allows for enough visibility for a full-length car when it's pulling out, so.
My only concern with the 4 feet, if it's opaque in a car, you may not still be able to see when you're sitting. So if
You
it's a
have a picket fence,
yeah,
that's okay.
yeah.
Yeah, that's.
Or it could be like a staggered wood slates
let's
to
just
make
keep
it like
let's
Yeah,
keep
yeah,
it-
some-
more residential friendly, yeah.
Okay.
Because the photos that's been provided, you can see the auto repair operation is using the portion of the 4-foot of the residential portion
Yeah.
for its personal use, which should not be permitted.
Right,
Okay,
okay.
all right.
Okay, move on.
Like, yeah.
Item number 13/16-12BZ.
Oh, wait, I'm sorry. Oh,
I'm sorry, oh, sorry.
I had one more comment I forgot to
Sorry.
mention.
I'm sorry.
I think at the last hearing, there were some comments about correcting the statement of facts, adding a signage analysis or correcting it, and then the compliance chart. And I didn't see that in the resubmission.
Okay,
I may have missed it, but
And compliance chart?
yeah. It's a carryover from the last hearing.
Okay.
Okay, I'm done.
And the
Thank you.
SOF, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now I can go?
Yep.
Okay, item number 13/16-12BZ, volume 4, 184 Nostrand Avenue, Brooklyn.
okay, we are administratively adjourning this. We are still waiting for DEP's completion of the noise and air quality review.
Okay. New cases on the special order calendar. Item number 14, 8408BZ, volume 3, 6720 Main Street, Queens.
Okay, this is an extension of time. we do not need a proof of filing hearing notices. This is an application for an extension of time to obtain a certificate of occupancy and waiver of board's rule, which expired on January 22nd, 2026, for a continued operation of a previously approved automotive service station located at the subject site. It is, this has been with the board since 1947. I think the last extension that was granted in 2024 for a 10-year period. The applicant states that they have the necessary approval for the canopy, and they're in the bidding phase and expect the construction to start in 2026. And apart from that, the applicant has not provided a timeline to obtain the certificate of occupancy, but and it seems there aren't any violations. So otherwise, just for that clarification on the timeline to expect a CO, I'm satisfied with this application. Vice Chair Shibata?
Thank you, Chair. I agree with your statements. I do want to note that I think that the site could be, would benefit from a clear paint job. It seems like it's very, the moldings,
Could you speak up and repeat your comments, please?
I was saying, I believe that the site can benefit from a new coat of paint and some, just a new coat of paint at this point.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Otley Brown?
They said they were going to paint the building when they construct the canopy, actually. So they did acknowledge that. The only question I had was how much time did they need?
Okay. Commissioner Sheta?
I have nothing else to add. Thank you, Chair.
Commissioner Yoon?
I have no further comments.
Okay, item number 15, 13508 BZ, 7150 272nd Street and 7155 171st Street. Queens.
Okay, the applicant had Friday submitted a letter to withdraw without prejudice.
Oh, yes, right. sorry.
However, we did get a lot of letters of opposition from the community board. And I have to say, upon reading it, while we may consider granting the withdrawal without prejudice, I would want to hear from the commissioners. And I'm going through my notes. Come on. That based on the comments that we have received from the community board and the neighborhood, it seems that the existing building is not in compliance with prior board's conditions. And the compliance notification, so based on that, I would want, if everybody's in agreement, that a compliance notification be sent to the property owner and a notification to DOB. Vice Chair Shibata.
I agree with you, Chair. I think the neighbor's opposition was very detailed, and his exhibits did show, did support his argument. He attached photographs of newspapers that showed that were indicative of there being a catering operation that was going on as against our C of O, and also photos of the overflow of trash. So I would certainly agree in having this be a compliance notice be sent out.
Commissioner Otley Brown?
So I just wanted to clarify. So you're going to allow a withdrawal and then also issue a compliance hearing notice?
Yes.
Okay, I'm definitely in agreement with that.
Okay. Commissioner Sheta?
Okay, Chair, I also agree that I'm okay with the withdrawal since this is the first hearing without prejudice. And yes, I'm in favor of sending a compliance notice to the owner and to DUB to make sure that they comply with our previous grant.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Yoon?
Thank you. My only question, and it's just administrative, it's clear that they are trying to legalize a kitchen that was not on the previously approved plans. And so would we, I guess administratively, does it make sense to continue and not permit an enlargement, but consider the, like if they wanted to legalize the kitchen through this application?
So if you look at the plan, the existing plan, the location of the kitchen and the proposed plan is totally different. So they have not submitted a plan to legalize the existing, right? Now, that is the compliance part of it. The board was very clear that no catering or banquet shall be conducted. And the kitchen, what is being proposed definitely looks like a kitchen for a commercial grade kitchen with all the features. Which is, well, I don't need to get into what my notes were for the proposed because it's withdrawal without prejudice. But that is the compliance part of this, that we will be
Okay.
calling in the compliance.
Right,
Yeah.
okay, yeah, well, I'm fine with that approach, yes.
Yeah.
Thank you for the clarification.
All right, so should we take the motion to withdraw now and council?
Chase, can we do this now?
Yeah, that's fine. If
Yeah.
the board's not gonna have a hearing.
Okay,
Yeah,
so the motion to withdraw,
motion to withdraw without prejudice,
Chair Shonda?
aye, and then we should call a compliance hearing.
Okay.
Send the appropriate notification for compliance hearing and also notify DOB.
Vice Chair Shabeta?
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown? Aye. Commissioner Sheta?
Aye.
Commissioner Yu?
Aye.
Application number 16, 2409 BZ, 7810 164th Street, Queens.
This is also an extension of time to complete construction of a previously approved variance permitting the enlargement of a community facility, which expired on January 24th, 2026. I have to say, I've sat in on several of these prior hearings, and I'm happy to see that a team has been found that would be involved in developing this site. And that was one of the reasons for the initial request. So, and the applicant has indicated that they have found a regional healthcare owner and operator who is looking into all the requirements and analysis. Now, the applicant has outlined that the next step would be undertaken by the new owner and operator, which would be looking at, which is primarily to look at the feasibility review, architectural operation review, and then that would require financing and coordination with DOB. I fully recognize that this particular timeline of 4 years that would be granted would not be adequate to fulfill the full, complete build-out and an obtainment of a CO. But this is a step in the right direction, and I have no other questions. There are open ECB violations and DOB violations, and which the applicant has stated that it would be resolved once the CO is issued. And fire department has also issued a letter of no objection, though with conditions that prior to issuance of construction permits, the existing fire alarm system shall be tested before a representative of the department and determined to be in good working order as required Fire Code 901.5 and 901.7. And the applicant has also provided a compliance chart. So while some of the conditions have been met, some have not been and would not be possible upon the completion of the construction. So the fact that there is a team that has been identified that is proceeding to develop this, and I'm satisfied with this application. Vice Chair Shibata.
Thank you, Chair. I'm also satisfied with this application. I support it. I hope this new partnership can bring quick success to the completion of this application and have nothing further to add.
Thank you. Commissioner Otley Brown.
I have no additional questions.
Thank you. Commissioner Sheta,
Thank you, Chair. Same here.
Commissioner Yoon.
I was hoping to get a existing site plan where they could indicate where the trailers are and that they discuss in their statement of facts, and where the garbage compactor is located. Because that's part of the, they discussed that they went through a ZRD1 process to get the exemption of the storage containers as long as they're located outside of any required yard. And so that's not evident to me that that's been done. Let's see, the violations, yeah, there's still so basically, I'm asking for an existing site plan documenting where these trailers are located and where the garbage compactor is located.
I hope the applicant can respond to it. But I mean, this is a temporary situation. I hope now it's going to be really temporary.
It was clearly stated in the 2022
Yeah.
resolution at certain conditions, obviously that they're not meeting. So I think that it's, at least in my opinion, it seemed appropriate to at least ask what the status is, since it's already been.
And I
4
think it's the
years.
same set of conditions that are still not being met.
Yeah,
That's
they
what
have
they
not
have
done much.
They have not done much with
Yeah.
the site. From the photos that we received, it's pretty much the same as what I remember seeing when we were reviewing it back.
Right. And the statement of facts says that.
And the statement of fact states that. So I don't think there is, there's an acknowledgement.
Well, there's a discussion, there's additional trailer was temporarily placed on 78th Road. It was scheduled to be removed on February 23rd of 2026, but then there was a snowstorm. So there's discussion of active things that are supposed to happen or were scheduled to happen. And so
Maybe I did read that and I thought it was more of a temporary nature and they were not able to remove it in time for the submission. So they can provide a clarification on that.
I think that'd be helpful. Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, next case.
Item number 17, 214, 13, A, volume 4, 219, 08, 141st Avenue, Queens.
This is also an extension of time to obtain a final certificate of occupancy and a waiver of board's rule, which expired on January 26, 2025. This is to maintain its common law vesting rights at the subject site. Applicants state that the built home does not need any replacement, does need some replacement of some items to meet the current code compliancy requirements, and also needs final inspection and interagency sign off. And those were all the reasons why there was a delay. And applicant is working diligently and has retained a new qualified professional and all the required teams to get this through the DOB process. And inspections have been done. And I think, what did it say? The architect and expediting team has requested another inspection, and that is only and that's only valid for 18 months. So since the prior inspections were only valid for 18 months. So the photos of interior site conditions have been proposed, and the applicant expects by December of 2026, it shall obtain a certificate of occupancy. There aren't any violations. I'm very satisfied with the submission, and we should grant them the required amount of extension that would be needed. I think in this case also would be 4 year or 4 year or
4
2
years.
year, 4 year.
4 years or another 2. It's up to you.
We should consider granting 2 years. 2 years should, or 4
2 years
years.
would be enough.
Huh?
I mean. if
They,
it's
they requested, I believe they requested 18
4.
months.
18 months or 2 years should be,
I think let's veer on the side of safety and give them as much time as we.
okay, I'm okay
you
with
know,
4 years. Okay, 4 years.
Do you want to talk about the community board?
Well,
I did not see the community board.
they
vote.
voted against.
Yeah,
but
they
I didn't-
voted again.
Oh, yes, community board did vote against it. However, this is already a built condition,
Yeah.
and the applicant is trying to fix the building and get the building occupied, which is a much better solution than leaving a building vacant and falling into disrepair. So I thank the community board for the concern, but yeah. Vice Chair Shibata.
Thank you, Chair. As you stated, the building is built, that the home will be brought to code. They expect it to be in 2 months, that they'll have a C of O by December of 2026. So, and, you know, I support this application, and I don't see, and I just want to veer on the side of safety to give them as much time as they possibly can, because I hate them for this two-family home to come back
Yeah,
and
fair
have to
enough.
deal with all that, but it's just gonna add more pressure onto the
Yeah.
situation.
Fair enough. Thank you. Commissioner Otley Brown,
I have no additional comments.
Commissioner Sheta,
Thank you, Chair. The only thing I would say that in their report, the community board argued about or raised concerns regarding the findings. I would say this application was originally granted in February 25, 2014. And I don't believe that kind of argument is before us for now. The only thing that's before us for now is the extension of time. I believe they satisfied the requirements and I'm okay with granting them the required extension. Thank you.
thank you. Commissioner Yoon,
Thank you. The only question I had was if they could clarify specifically what's been done since the last grant in 2023 and today.
okay.
What do you want to do with the second call?
I have to review it during the break.
Okay, so,
So,
okay,
yeah.
so we'll recall 2020.
We'll recall it at the end of the public hearing. How about that?
Okay. Okay,
Is that okay with everybody?
I believe transportation was still outstanding, according to Tracy's email this morning.
that's what I said, need DOT, yeah.
Oh,
So it's AQ and noise came in, but we.
so let's do one thing. We do second call it, maybe do it tomorrow. Maybe by then we would get the DOT sign off and then we would have a full picture. So we'll do a second call on
2025 40BZ, 2800 Bruckner Boulevard. We'll second call this tomorrow, Tuesday, April 14th. Since we need DOT, maybe it'll show up.
So we are at 12 o'clock. So let's do a lunch break, do a half an hour lunch break and then resume our, is that okay?
Yeah.
Fine.
Resume at
Yeah.
12:35?
Yeah,
Okay,
12:35, we will resume.
okay. Mike's off?
Hi, we can't hear anything on the Zoom. We're gonna have to start over. The room is muted.
That's a good excuse.
Not just today.
It's just
Can
not
you hear
a
us
good
now? Always.
Yes, we can hear you now.
Once
Thank you.
again. Raise your right hands. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and to respond honestly to board member questions?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Platt, please state your name for the record and proceed to respond to the board's comments at review session.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me okay? Okay, the test it.
Can everybody hear Mr. Plackenick before we go any further?
Plaquemine. I like that pronunciation. That's a new
Sorry.
pronunciation. That's okay. I'll take it. And as long as you say my name. Thank you very much for having us today. My name is Eric Palatnik. I'm an attorney, and I'm proud today to be here representing Ferndale Hotels and specifically the Warren Street Hotel. We've brought a team of people with us who are skilled professionals representing a combined over century of experience developing within New York City. McGovern, what's the name of your firm?
Everything okay?
McGovern is here. We also have Nidil Bisab, PE of RA Engineering, who has decades of experience in New York City building in all kinds of conditions, including the site conditions in this property. We also have with us Paul Taylor of Stonehill Taylor, again with decades of experience building multiple buildings in the Manhattan marketplace, infill sites similar to this, almost identical. Also with us here today is Barbara Cohen, who you know very well, and also with us is Aaron of Abraham Troutman, is that the name? Troutman Pepper. Troutman Pepper, and he's working with the conversations with the adjoining property owners who, Madam Chair, you spoke to at the beginning with the community board's recommendation. So we appreciate the sentiments that you all gave during the review session, and we heard your commentary loud and clear. And I could see when looking at this from the first blush, the same way when I looked at it from first blush, how you could look at it and say, how is this not self-created? How did they not cause this problem? What's unique about the problem? How is this different from all other properties around us? Well, there's a lot that went on here, and there's a lot that's different. The very first thing that's unique about the property, to go right to your point, Madam Chair, is the soil conditions of the property. And if you could pull up, please, Jacob, the board's rules, please, that I showed you a second ago. So Jacob is going to be controlling the screen, so I apologize if I constantly say, Jacob, can you pull this up? Jacob, can you pull this up? But a picture's worth 1,000 words. I'll let him share the screen first. Let me know once it's up, Jacob.
Yeah, I think that's how you do it. Yeah, I just don't have the option.
Or maybe you're just not showing
Oh.
away.
You don't have the option to share.
Were you granted permission to be a panelist? I registered as a panelist.
Okay, hold on.
Be a panelist.
We need to.
And while you're doing that, also remotely is Barbara Cohen.
Yes.
Yeah, and I'll change Barbara going to panelist.
She declined joining. I'll try to add her again.
She declined, you said?
We have her now.
Do you have Jacob?
Yep.
Oh, there you are. Okay.
And I just texted Barbara, she should accept it.
So, I just want to start from the ground, because this building is already built. And as Commissioner Shatat pointed out, the building is built, you built it despite the soil condition that you're going to talk about being so unusual to this site, but the building is happily, and I'm happy to see that the building is standing without being a burden or a detriment or a danger to itself or to its
Yeah.
neighbors. So I really think we're jumping the situation. The issue is, what is the hardship that is unusual to this site that would have prevented this building as of right?
The soil conditions on the ground, its location is an infill development, it's
Sorry, sir, I'm going to stop you right
Yes.
there. The infill condition is absolutely not a unique condition. You know that very well. We have,
I know, I'm going to, if I can, I'd like to answer your questions. It's a little more complicated than just a one-word answer, and I understand where the board is struggling to find the uniqueness. Let's start with the history of the site. The site was historically developed upon with a building similar to its adjoining properties. The buildings are over 100 years old, each of the adjoining properties around us. There is no way to know conditions of adjoining properties around us. The property is sitting on not poor, adverse soil conditions, conditions that are unique. There's a high water table, there's sandy conditions, and these conditions, as our engineer, and if you can come up, Nidal, so that way you can start to speak soon, because we're going to dive right into your part, necessitated the installation of secant piles to be screwed into the ground. Now, when piles are screwed into the ground and secant piles, it's because there's an adverse condition on the property.
I would advise you to let
Can he-
the
can he-
expert speak.
Okay, I'm going to speak,
Yeah.
I'm going to let the engineer speak.
Fine.
I just wanted to outline the application for the board. Okay, so if I step back to the very beginning. They purchased the property, they leased the property, the ownership. They had taken a site survey of the property from a previous engineer. And they had worked off of that, and they had conducted their own due diligence. They knew everything that was going on in the ground on that site. Everything. They designed to accommodate and overcome the unique conditions on the property with a specialized foundation system. Now, the uniqueness, to the point of the vice chair, what he mentioned a moment ago, was that this is general to Lower Manhattan. Just to address response to that is the court case of Jane Estates, which stands for the principle that's embodied, which is up on the screen, that the unique condition that leads to a hardship cannot be a pervasive condition in the general area. However, it need not necessarily be the only site that has the unique condition. That's Jane Estates, and that's in the board's rules. That's up on the screen. So we're not stating here that this is the property in Lower Manhattan that has adverse subsurface conditions. It's not. There are probably some other ones. What we are saying is it's not such a pervasive condition in the general area. It's everywhere, and it's not. I mean, I'll sit here and tell you how there are different conditions around different sites.
Okay, I just want to.
Go on.
The uniqueness of this condition, so you're saying it is so unique to this particular site is not so true, but there are few other similarly situated site. Is it fair to say that the entirety of the block and its abutting blocks are in the same similarly situated condition?
I don't know. I'll answer that
It
in a moment.
It is because of the way the data has been provided. So therefore, he can answer that question. but he'll answer it on his behalf. Yeah, he's answering it on his behalf.
And he'll speak to the conditions around us. Now, of course, the property was developed upon with a building, as I mentioned ago, 100 years ago. The way buildings are designed in Lower Manhattan, which Nidal is going to speak to, is the buildings rely upon each other for support for one another. These older buildings. This property turned out to be a parking lot for many decades and was not developed upon. There was no way of knowing when they started to address the unique conditions in the soil with a specialized foundation system, that when they started to drill that foundation system, that the adjoining building, specifically the one to the right, had structural problems of its own, which Nidal will speak to, and he'll tell you in his opinion, if they didn't build a building here, that building wall probably would have come down on its own in a matter of, he'll tell you how long it would have taken. But that wall was coming down. So the thrust of our application is that we have a unique soil condition. It necessitated a unique piling and foundation system. When it encountered the conditions on our property and the party walls, it caused so much disturbance that we cannot continue with our construction as originally planned. Now, to the point that was raised, I believe you raised the point of we went down 50 feet. You must have known you were going to cause this problem. 50 feet in New York City is normal. Stonefield Tower is going to come up and testify in a few minutes and tell you of the numerous buildings that they've worked on throughout New York City that have cellars that go down 50 feet. I'm sure we've all driven into parking garages in New York City or been in buildings that have event spaces below grade where we walk downstairs. It's an integral part of the economics of every single building in New York City. multiple buildings go down multiple cellars below grade. And the reason they do that is to sustain the economic viability of the property. They need the floor area. Now, we came into a situation here where we did all of our due diligence. We hired the best professionals in the city. They spent a long time studying everything, and unbeknownst to them, they hit a condition. Now, we could have, as you had suggested, why did they not just take off a floor of the building and convert that space to the necessary space that was lost? And this wasn't to accommodate a luxury hotel, as was stated, a luxe hotel, I think was the comment during the review session. The space that we're making here, as Neil Flavin is going to speak to, and Neil Flavin is with HSA Advisors, a national, international hotel consulting firm. The space we're recouping through this application, the 2,000 square feet, is not the 3 subcellars that took up multiple tens of thousands of square feet. We're trying to get a gymnasium, a gym, spaces that could actually be utilized in every single hotel that we all go to, even as low as a Super 8, a meeting room, and a gym, and some back office space. That's what we're trying to recuperate. So we're not here asking you to take over the space that we lost. We feel the request is a minimal variance, but the variance is simply asking to replace space that is common, ordinarily found in everyday hotels that you go to. If we took out the space, the recreation that we're using on the proposing on the 12th floor and the gym, and we took out some of the 69 hotel rooms, as was suggested before, we would be losing more money than we're losing right now on the development. And yes, the hotel is built. I heard the comments. The hotel is built. It looks like it's operating. Here's why the hotel was built. And it's a real situation. And obviously, the argument of COVID and the hotel special permit was not meant to make the uniqueness argument. The argument of the hotel special permit, though, for one, is the seriousness of it. There has only been 1 hotel, maybe 2 hotel special permits issued in New York City in the 5 years since Bill de Blasio caused the hotel special permit to be enacted. 2, in New York City, it's a very difficult special permit to obtain and makes it almost impossible to get an approval. As a result,
I'm sorry.
Could you back up and repeat? Yeah, you're not coming in clear.
Yeah.
Speak to somebody else. So that it's a special permit on COVID was only to give.
Sorry,
you
I don't mean
still
to
have to
interrupt.
talk.
Yeah. We can't hear you clearly.
Well, I don't know. Its mic is on. It shouldn't be an issue. Is it cutting in and out or is it gravelly?
Now you're also sounding that way.
Cool.
All right.
Carlos,
There's something with the connection, it sounds like from the room, because we're all sounding.
yeah, I'm
broken
gonna
up.
have the engineer of DCAS or somebody.
It's clear right now.
Does it sound, okay, are we still sounding the same? Does it still sound broken up?
You sound clear right now. If Mr. Palatnik wants to just say it,
Testing.
it sounds clear now.
Okay.
All right.
Might be the Zoom then.
So actually, Nidal, why don't you, I'll let Nidal come up and speak a little bit to the soil conditions that he encountered.
So I just want to go back to a statement, sorry to keep you waiting. No, you can be, I will have you.
Keep it further back. Just a little bit, yeah, okay.
I will let you speak, but I just want to put this question there, is that on your page 21 of statement of fact, you said that these conditions are inherent to this site. That is its immediate surrounding condition and were not foreseeable despite the proper due diligence. Therefore, strict compliance with zoning resolution resulted in practical difficulty and undue hardship in this practical case. So, which is the strict compliance with zoning means the zoning floor area, the building height and other things. However, the zoning doesn't require a hotel to have all these amenities. It just says a hotel, and hotel can include combination of all the features that a hotel, an individual hotel would need to operate as a hotel. So the fact that, as Commissioner Yoon said, you picked one feature of hotel over the other, it was a business decision that was taken to address the compliancy requirement of the zoning to build it. And so I therefore am not quite sure as to why we are talking about the site condition at this point as a feature, which is a hardship, but it's not resulting in the uniqueness of the site. Because the site is not unique. It's been stated even in your statements and stated by Commissioner.
And in the.
Teta. And in the Geotech report also indicated this is not unique.
No.
There are other surrounding sites with similar conditions. So, so I'm questioning the uniqueness. And therefore, if it's not unique, how is it affecting the zoning when the building is already built and successfully functioning?
I respect your opinion that it's not unique. I respectfully disagree with your opinion, though, that it's not unique. So what we're setting forth is the argument that, as you just said, Madam Chair, there's no zoning requirement that a hotel has anything. And nowhere in the definition of a hotel in New York City does it say it has to have a restaurant. Does it say it needs a check-in desk? Does it say it needs TVs, dressers, lights, lamps, fixtures, anything at all? Doesn't specify to any of it. But we have an expert that's here to testify today, Mr. Neil Flavin, who's on the line, is part of our presentation today, who's going to speak to you about the fact that these are customarily and ordinarily found. What we are suggesting is not including this hotel, namely an area for guests to work out, which is common in most every hotel of every caliber, as well as a small meeting room for conferences, which is common in most every hotel of every caliber. And we're setting forth that these common ordinary components of a hotel, they weren't selected as an option menu, whether we should have 69 rooms to produce income or whether we should have a room to work out in. You need both of them in order for a hotel to function properly. In order to attract anybody in this room to go stay at a hotel, you want to go to the hotel, you want to check in, and you'd like to be able to maybe get something to eat, maybe go to work
I
out.
think we're getting
and
into
leave.
the need, and since this is a for-profit operation, you know very well we don't get into the program.
And I'm not arguing program. What I am suggesting is to response to your comment where you said that we've made the choice. And what I'm suggesting is that the common ordinary, and our expert will testify to it. Neil, are you on the phone actually? Why don't we have you speak? Are you here, Mr. Flavin?
He is here. Should I
Yeah,
let him in?
Neil Flavin?
Yeah, I've let him in he needs to accept as a panelist. And was he sworn in?
I don't know if he was sworn in. Can you hear us?
If he's on the phone, he's not. I have to swear him in.
Mr. Flavin?
I don't see him.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah,
Sure.
just let me swear you in before you speak.
Certainly.
Raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board, and to respond honestly to board member questions?
I do.
Please state your name for the record and proceed.
Neil Flavin, Chief Operating Officer for HVS Asset Management and Advisory.
Neil, if you could just speak, please, to the board about the conversation that we're having. The discussion came up with regards to the amenity spaces that we're proposing to include, including the recreation area, the workout area, and the meeting rooms. If you could just speak to how they factor into the operations of a hotel for its profitability.
But why are we talking about program if programmatic need is not
Right.
an element
I
of the
mentioned that.
HID?
We don't have to talk about it. What I was responding to your, Madam Chair, where
I-
your comment earlier that said that we were making a choice between two components. Our response is that those are not choices in the hotel industry, and we have an expert here to explain why that's not a choice in the hotel industry. It's not a programmatic argument in the sense of a not-for-profit. I know the two terms are utilized interchangeably between a for-profit world and a not-for-profit world in terms of art in this audience, but there can be a program for a for-profit operation that defines the way it operates. Maybe program isn't the right word, but the way the functions is what Neil would like to speak to address your comments that we've made a choice between the hotel rooms and the amenities that we're
If you
speaking
can speak to that specific
Yes.
choice and not whether a gym is needed, because I don't think we need a primer on a basic hotel amenity.
Sure. If you'd like to, please go ahead.
Certainly. Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here. I have been in the industry for well over 40 years and very familiar with hotel operations. I have been a partner in a company. I have held numerous positions within hotels, have also held corporate positions, and I have a great deal of experience in the New York City area as well. With any hotel, not speaking specifically to programming, but with any hotel, a guest has certain expectations and those expectations are, to Eric's point earlier, that they have the amenities that are necessary in order to provide long-term sustainability to the business, as well as managing the guest satisfaction of a particular industry and a particular asset. Having to get dressed to go outside in inclement weather and go to another facility to work out and so forth, and then have to get dressed and come back to that hotel is an inconvenience which significantly impacts the guest satisfaction of that staying at that hotel, and it impacts the future sustainability of the hotel with regards to repeat clientele, sales and marketing, the necessary needs for additional advertising, and so forth. So without these amenities in a hotel, it does impede the property from operating at an acceptable or at a peak performance at any time. Any customer coming to the hotel wants to have these amenities. It also, without having the amenities, this also impedes the hotel from holding small banquet functions, a small board meeting, or a small wedding or reception, or screenings or things of that nature. So in reviewing the plans of the property and what ownership is looking to do, it's not, yes, it's not really adding to the width or length of the building. It's simply enclosing some space around major mechanical equipment and so forth on the roof that would provide the hotel the opportunity to move forward in a positive revenue stream. Taking rooms out of inventory is not ideal in any situation.
So can I just say something?
Yes, ma'am.
It is my opinion, and sure, my opinion solely.
Commissioner, I'm sorry. Turn on, mic, please.
Mic is off.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, that it's my opinion that the amount of amenities offered are usually linked to size, the size of the lot, the size of the floor plate, the amount of floor area. The largest lots in the city that have hotels have full service hotels that have everything you could possibly want. Have a spa, have a fitness room, have banquet halls, have ballrooms, have restaurants, the whole shebang. And the smaller, narrower lots have boutique hotels that have one or maybe two of those listed amenities. Maybe some don't even have any. And I've seen a number of those hotels. And so I think that to make the statement that if you don't have the fitness room and the screening room as well as the restaurant, it's a no-go. I'm just not very convinced by that, because I see hotels throughout the city on lots that are 25 by 100. Maybe they're 10, 11 stories. They have a cellar, possibly a partial subcellar, due to construction difficulties and FAR limitations, and they're still making it in New York City. Because the thing that's driving it is the fact that we have a very varied, very large base of tourists who choose hotels for a lot of different reasons. And so maybe your fitness buff is not going to land here. But you're a few blocks from a major tourist attraction in New York City, the World Trade Center site. You're a few blocks from the riverfront and all that Battery Park City has to offer. So you've got a lot of other drawers here. So I'm not convinced that this is a make or break situation. And as I said in the public review, I certainly don't think that this is worthy of a uniqueness finding.
Speak to any of that?
Can I just say, I think Mr. Flavin, I'm sorry if I'm mispronouncing your last.
Nope, that's
name.
fine. Thank you.
You know, I appreciate your feedback, but I think we are, that's a question that would be raised as part of our finding B, if at all. And we have not even started finding A. So I appreciate your input at this point. And the question that Commissioner Otley Brown has raised is with regards to the B finding more than the A finding. But I want us to keep our focus just on the A finding, because if we can't get past A, the rest of the alphabets don't matter.
Okay. Okay. I mean, the only thing that I would just add, and I know you need to move on, is there are many like-sized hotels that do have both of these facilities included. The 11 Howard, the Wall Street Hotel, the Bowery, the Lowell, the Baccarat, Fifth Avenue Hotel, and so on and so forth. They are similar-sized hotels that do have both of these facilities available to their clientele.
Mr. Flavin, I think the thing that I had, thank you for your testimony. Where I'm stuck is that a decision was made when the building was redesigned to not include those amenity spaces. So that choice was made by whoever was on the development team. So that to me does not make a hardship. That is a business decision that was made. And I don't see how we're getting away from that. I don't see how that makes a hardship. That is a choice, and a series of business decisions were made, and we're not here to grant extra floor area because of a business decision that didn't go the way that you liked. That's not what we do.
No, and I agree with you, and I'd like for Nidal to speak, because what we're speaking about is the fact that we lost space that we were entitled to utilize below grade in order to accommodate those uses. So, and going to your point, Madam Chair, about uniqueness, I think Nidal can lend some argument, so if we could let him testify.
Since you've been standing here patiently,
Thank you.
state your name and your title.
Sure. My name is Nidal Abisab. I am a partner with RA Engineering. I have experience in New York over 2 decades. Our specialty is geotech, and the report that Commissioner Shetty was referencing was our geotechnical report and the SOE design. So I'm here to first to answer any questions if you have, but to discuss specifically the geotechnical conditions at the site and how they played into the uniqueness of what ended up happening. And it's not the soil, I agree, because the block has the soil conditions found under the hotel are similar to the ones that are under the neighbor's building and the neighbor behind us and the neighbor to the left of us. But that's just one piece of the puzzle. And
And it's much better than many other sites in lower. Thank you.
Yes, there are worse soil conditions for sure. That's what we do in my business, is we deal with those difficult conditions. So if everything was easy, nobody would need a geotech engineer. So they'll just build.
Can I just ask?
What we gonna?
Yeah, I want to ask like 2 questions. Yeah, when he's done.
Okay.
Sorry,
ahead.
Nidal.
That's okay. So there was a very detailed geotechnical investigation that was done at the site that included borings and test pits, measuring of the groundwater, figuring out the soil constituency, running lab tests, and so on. They're all documented in the report that you have had a chance to look at over the week. So we knew what the soil was, we knew where the water was. There was also an exerted effort to document each of the neighboring buildings. And one of the unique things about this particular lot is it had 7 neighbors, not just 2 neighbors or 3 neighbors like one would typically expect in a site in Manhattan. This one had 7. One of those 7 neighbors was a landmark building. So when we were looking at what can be done, we took the landmark criteria, which is much more strict tolerances for vibration and movement, into account. in addition to the general tolerances that are allowed by the DOB for building movement. Yes.
But the issue you encountered were not related to that landmark building.
No,
It
not
was
at all.
related to another building.
Correct,
Thank you.
correct. Thank you. So
Go ahead.
the building that ended up giving, exhibiting the most movement was not the landmark building.
Yeah.
So we were monitoring, just for everyone's benefit, the landmark building based on a maximum movement of a 1/4 inch and with a warning level of 1/8 of an inch. All of the other buildings that were not landmark, we were monitoring them for a maximum movement of 1/2 inch with a warning of a 1/4 inch. And just to quote back some of the items you brought, you highlighted in the geotech report in terms of our expected movement from the SOE design, the 1/4% and so on. So those were taken into account when we designed the supportive excavation system. We ran many calculations to come up with the most appropriate system for the proposed excavation in this case. And when we say it's going to be a 55-foot cut, it sounds like a big cut, but the reality, the neighbor is already 18 to 20 feet deep, and that's where the fill is. So we're only going about 30 to 35 feet below the neighbor. So it is a big cut, yes, or it was going to be a big cut, but it's not a 60-foot cut. And even if it was, it wouldn't be unheard of. We deal with these kind of designs often in Manhattan. So knowing the soil and knowing the neighbors, all of which were documented with pictures and the conditions reviewed with the neighbor's own independent engineers. So we would go take a look at the conditions and share the findings with the neighbor who had their own independent engineer looking after what we have done and coming with their own assessments. We came up with the design, which in this particular case required the installation of a secant pile, which is, in my opinion, one of the safest and, in this case, only appropriate way to excavate below the water table.
It sounds like you're confirming it's not a soil mix system, it's a
It's a
conventional secant pile.
conventional
It
secant
was a
wall.
typo on the drawing.
I'm not sure. I
The drawing says soil mix, that's what it says.
I'm not sure where that copy came from because I was looking at the DOB approved version that I had on my computer and it said secant pile wall. But irrespective, it was an actual secant pile.
Okay.
Wall that was installed. So knowing that the client intended to excavate 3 levels below ground and knowing the soil conditions and the conditions of the neighbors, the secant pile wall was the only appropriate supportive excavation method that would have allowed that construction to take place. And I think that's where the uniqueness come in. So unfortunately, before the excavation even started, there was no excavation happening as the secants were being installed.
Sorry, can you go back? You said that uniqueness comes in because the secant pile was the only way to safely provide supportive excavation here.
Correct.
That is a unique SOE condition in Manhattan.
That's unique. The need to have the secant pile wall is driven by the soil conditions at the site. If any.
Why?
I'm just trying to understand what you're saying is unique exactly.
Yeah.
Correct. So the proposed excavation for the hotel was going to go below the level of the water table. And the water table was, for the sake of this discussion, elevation 0. It's really elevation -1 or -1.5. But let's say -0, which is about the level of the footing of where the neighbors' buildings are. So in order to excavate below that, we needed to design a system that allowed the construction to happen with minimal impact to the neighbors. To make
That's
sure.
all
if
I've
the-
understood. Is that a unique SOE for that type of foundation? Or what are you saying is actually unique?
What I'm saying is the soil conditions at the site required the SOE system.
But
Right.
you're-
So the combination of what the soil is and the plant program created the uniqueness so that any excavation that happened
But I
below.
think this is where we need to go back. The soil condition is not unique to the surrounding site, right? You yourself said.
It is.
This is a typical soil condition in that area. And it probably is better than the other soil conditions. So, fine, let's say it's the same. It's better or worse, it's the same as the other surrounding thing. So why is this site is unique? Because it was the only vacant site and that was not built. And now you're proposing to build an 11-story building, and for that you have to do secant, but zoning allows you to build an 11-story building, and you're making full use of that zoning to build a full building, as opposed to your neighbors those who built their buildings in 1900s, built a 4-story building because the construction technology didn't afford secant pile. They only could build the foundation going down 20 feet at most to be able to support a 3 or a 4-story building. So you're in a privileged position because you have the construction technology of today's that allows you to build, and the zoning that allows you to build and surpass these unusual conditions to build a taller building. So where is the uniqueness?
Yeah. The secant pile wall is not related to the foundation of the proposed building.
No,
It's related to the foundation of the adjacent building.
right.
You're saying this is unique. Let me say this, a question for you. I have a site with groundwater at more or less the adjacent building for it. It's on the moon. And I want to dig down to 40 feet below that. In order for me to dig down and install the foundation of the proposed building, I need to work on what we call it dry conditions, right?
Correct.
You have two options. The first option is to put a curtain wall, a wall that closes the path for the groundwater to come in from the sides, and put wells inside and pump out the water out of that. The penalty for this is when you do that, you're gonna have some drawdown outside the secant pile wall. So in order for you to overcome this, you need to either send the secant pile wall deep enough to cut off and make that drawdown, the groundwater lowering at the adjacent building minimal, so the building doesn't move down. Or what you suggested, and I love it, put a grouting plug and close the pass from the bottom. So you close it from the sides and you close it from the bottom. You can work in a dry condition. If I'm building something like that on the moon, not in Manhattan, not in US, what is the difference?
The soil makes a big difference. So
The soil helps you.
not always. So for example, if
No,
you
no,
were
no, no.
building
This
in-
particular soil condition on your site.
Yeah.
And I appreciate, let me please finish. I appreciate your honesty. The soil condition that you encountered on this site, when it comes to this regard, the groundwater lowering, it helps you, Nidal. It's not against you.
That is
Because the soil condition that you encountered is sandy silt. Sandy silt, when you close it, it minimizes the flow and it minimizes the drawdown outside. So either you elected to go with wells or with the plug. It's working for you. It's actually, and I wanted to say this from the beginning, but I didn't get a chance. If you assume uniqueness on this side, it's a positive uniqueness. The soil condition is favorable for you. You built this building on a shallow foundation, right?
Correct.
How many 12-story buildings or 11-story buildings lower down Manhattan is built on a mat foundation? You always need piles, caissons, many caissons or something like that. But on this specific site, you were lucky because the strength of the material was actually more than perfect. And in addition to that, it did work for you, for the groundwater thing, minimize the cost by putting the plug, putting the secant pile where you're done. You need to do nothing about the watering, minimal. So I don't understand where from the uniqueness thing is coming.
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner. I appreciate that. And I share your belief that the soil is good and can support the shallow foundation. And the building right now, by the way, is sitting on a shallow foundation and it's doing just fine, the current building.
Good.
And so are the neighbors. The uniqueness, it's a three-pronged problem that we were dealing with. The soil had silt, water was relatively shallow, the proposed system, the proposed building had 3 levels, 2 of which were below the water. So the design came about to allow that to happen safely. Again, reviewed by the neighbor, all the buildings assessed. Now, that's the soil required that. Once the secant pile wall was designed and the contractor started to install it, before any excavation happened, the landmark building didn't move. The 5 other neighbors that were not landmark didn't move. One neighbor only moved, one building.
The one that you installed the secant pile next to.
No, the secants were installed everywhere, not just next to that one. All of those neighbors had secants next to them. It was a closed system. That neighbor moved because, as it turned out, the wall, which is a comment you made, I think, earlier in the morning about the floating wall. The floating wall is there was previously a building on the lot that had been demolished without tying the remaining wall to the rest of the building. So these walls were, the old buildings were working as a group for lateral stability. At some point when one of those buildings, which is now the hotel, was demolished, during the phase, and by the way, if this was happening today, the DOB would require tying the wall. You cannot leave a wall 6 stories high, unsupported laterally. That building, unfortunately, was not supported. It was not something that anyone would have known, short of going inside and opening pockets on the inside to see that. So when the secants were being installed next to that neighbor, the wall started to move. And
The wall didn't move lateral, it did
did?
move vertical.
no, it moved. So we were monitoring, we had a total station at the site,
Okay.
and our client was always wanting to do the right thing, by the way. Anytime movement was happening and the data was collected daily and shared with the neighbor and with the neighbor's engineers, we had open communication with them, and we continue to have, by the way. This information was being shared. The wall moved, it settled a little bit, and it moved. And those movements, I'm not talking about inches like sometimes you hear in the news, building moved 3 or 4 inches. We were talking about half an inch of movement, just one finger, the thickness of one finger. That's what we had in our design. That's the criteria. At that point, the work stopped, and we were having discussions with the neighbor to figure out what's going on. Why is this one building moving, given that the same work is happening next to all of the other neighbors, some of which are landmark, the same contractor, the same soil, the same water, the same area, without any of the others being impacted. And that's when it was discovered that the wall was not tied. That's when Plan B came in and installed a lot of ties. And when I say this was discovered and Plan B came in, everything here is taking time to make the investigation and then make the design, some of which were not by our office, by others. During COVID, so we discovered the wall is not, for example, tied. An investigation had to happen. Plan B came, they made a design, that design went to the neighbor, back and forth, filed with the DOB. So all of which was accumulating unfavorably in terms of completing the secant walls. At the end of the day, only half of the secants were installed. And the least number of secants was installed next to 80 Warren. That's because that's the building that moved the most. Everywhere else, the secants were installed and ultimately abandoned because a decision was made for reasons that others can speak to just abandon and move forward. And the building was, the secants were abandoned in place.
Have you performed the pre-con survey?
Yes,
You did.
yes.
Have you seen any issues on the building back there?
There were cracks in the wall
Okay.
that were measured that were monitored with crack monitors and measured with time. And speaking from memory, and this is all available data, the maximum movement was, I think, 10 or 12 millimeters on the cracks.
Okay, was it your evaluation that this building need to do something in order for you to stabilize it?
Not at the time of the pre-construction survey. The secant pile wall was designed as a way to minimize the impact on the neighbors, to not allow the water to drop below the neighbor's foundation, to not allow any vibration to happen as the wall was being installed, because there was no driving, there was no vibrating, it was just drilled.
I'm talking from the day you started activity on that side to the day you decided to halt operations and switch to 1 cellar instead of 3.
Yes.
Was it at this time, between this and this, was it at any time, your evaluation, that this building need you to intervene and provide additional support to it?
It was not, so when the building started to show movement,
Yes.
Plan B, who is a structural stability engineering firm, came, made an assessment. They did the scan, they did a model, they did an engineering study and
Yeah.
determined that the joists need to be connected to the wall. So they installed ties.
Okay.
And that work happened while, the SOE was on hold at the time.
They also suggested that you add king piles, a beam along the building, they call it needle beams, and tie the piles to the building so the piles stabilize the building. Was that done?
No, so that there were lots of options being put out for review by the neighbor and their engineering team in relation to, would this be acceptable? Would you be open to this idea? And to my knowledge, so ultimately, there were no piles installed and no connections to the neighboring building because
If a professional was invited to look at this building and he recommended, not suggested, that precaution X, Y, and Z need to be done in order for the project team to secure that building in a safe condition, why wasn't this implemented?
The Plan B recommendation came about in the context that if you want to continue installing the secants, you would have to do XYZ. And that sketch, I'm not even sure if this was filed or finalized or approved by the neighbor. I know there were lots of meetings and discussions at the time. I was part to some of them, not all of them. And a lot of ideas came about.
If you're digging down to the elevation that was for the tree cellars, that king pile system with the needle beam is a very common solution to secure the adjacent building and make sure that it's not moving. Do you agree with this statement?
So that would be true, but it creates complications because it has to be either inside or outside of the secant wall. So if those piles were inside of the space that is
They're gonna eat some of the property, yeah.
correct, so it's not just a
But at the
simple,
end of the day, from the engineering perspective, if they were required, they are a common solution for that, engineering wise.
it comes with a set of, it could work, it may work, it needs approval, because ultimately, if those were installed and if those were approved by the neighbor, which I don't know if they were, they would have to be foundations for the neighboring building installed on the hotel's site.
Yeah.
And that creates complications in terms of, so now this is permanent land that the
You
neighbors.
could
building
cut
is
the
sitting
needle
on.
beams after the construction is done and the secant pile wall is in place
Can we?
and it's secure.
Okay, I think we're getting,
I'm done.
I'm sorry, we are getting too caught up in the technical part of it, and I'm still not understanding where.
Yeah, I wanted to
you
just add one quick thing.
Yeah.
So going back to my original question, this all sounds like, and from my experience working on developments in New York City, secant pile SOEs are not inherently unique.
No.
It was designed so that you could get a 52-foot cut to get 3 or 4 levels of subcellar, whatever it is. So the uniqueness is really that 80 Warren has a wall that moved based on what you've told us today. And that is something that is clearly anticipated to some extent, or at least cautioned when you're doing pre-development, when you're doing due diligence. This is why you have monitoring. This is why you have test pits. This is why lenders ask for all of this information, and then they figure a contingency. And so that is where I still go back to, this is a business decision. This is not a unique hardship that qualifies under the A finding.
Yeah.
Speak to that?
Please, yeah.
Can I speak to this?
Yeah.
Please state your name.
Ernest Lombardo, I'm with Paverini McGovern. I was in charge of building the building. And I was also in charge of hiring Plan B, who did the analysis of that wall. Without doing destructive testing, which 80 Warren's board would never allow us to do, there was no way to know that that wall was floating. There weren't any plans. We searched everywhere for the information that we did, right? While I was in there doing and implementing Plan B's plan, right, to tie their wall together, we did a 3D analysis of the wall. It was twisting. It was coming away from their building. So despite the fact that some of those beams were into the wall, they were not attached, and the wall was going to fall down. Eventually, it was going to come down, as Nadal said. So we tied them all together. While I was in there, more unique conditions came up. They had done alterations to the building that no one saw. We found fire damage, never repaired. I found somebody putting in staircases between the apartments to make their apartments better, right? Where they just cut those joists. No reinforcement. You could tell there was no engineering done. This all led, for that wall to be really insecure. So There was no way for us to know that. That's what was really unique about the situation. Not the secant, like you said, right? That's a standard thing. We've done that many times, right?
Yeah.
It was the fact that none of the other buildings, including 92, which is on the other side, which had a brand new, well, it wasn't brand new, it was like 15 years ago. They put up a big steel, they went up 11 stories. That building didn't move at all. None of the other buildings around that whole site. So there was no way to really know, even though we did all the testing, we had the optical monitoring on the state, on all of the buildings.
Yeah.
Right? And we had the crack monitors, we had vibration monitors. I would get the reports every single day, and I was watching as that wall, whenever we put a pile in, that wall would start to move again. So then we had to stop. And that's when we did the investigation and we brought in Plan B. So that's the thing that made that situation unique. Had that wall been, so let me go further. Plan B has their, has the plan and it showed underpinning the other building. So they had two choices. We tie the building together, which we did on every single floor, right? Or underpin it. We chose to tie the wall, and that was supposed to work, right? It didn't. The building was in very poor shape. It had a rubble foundation. We reinforced their foundation wall too. We completely excavated next to it, and we blew concrete on the whole thing. We fixed holes in their basement that was leaking water. They still have water coming in from Con Ed vaults that they've never fixed. So, the building was not properly maintained, and that's the reason. The other buildings around us were. So that was really what was unique about the situation and what caused us to stop and eventually abandon it, besides the regulations that de Blasio put in that were, really onerous at the time.
And thank you. I think that, to repeat what Commissioner Otley Brown said, it's an unfortunate circumstance. And I'm sure everyone on the development team felt that. It was a tough time, 2020, June of 2020, and here you're faced with all of this. But that is not, it still does not qualify to me personally as a hardship that would qualify under the A finding here for a variance. So whether it's a civil matter or, something else between 80 Warren and the hotel, to me, this still does not make this, it's a series of business decisions and risks that were taken, and you have a building on a shallow foundation, which is considerably cheaper than what you were going to do, and you have an operational hotel.
Well, we have an operational hotel because we had no choice. We didn't have a choice but to continue at that point. They were so deep into the whole thing at that point that there was no option of stopping and just walking away from everything. So they continued to build, and the time pressure that I was mentioning from the hotel special permit was very real, because now they were under a deadline. So they couldn't just stop and
June of 2020, you were not under a deadline.
the hotel special permit required that the foundations be done about a year after.
It became effective in December of 2021. It wasn't announced until December of 2020, based on your own
Right,
document.
yeah.
So June of 2020 is still
It was still 7 months beforehand, but it required that the foundation work be done before the 21.
I don't think
21
timing works out as a decision-making factor.
Put pressure on the situation. So the arguments that we're setting forth here with these conditions that they're describing quite clearly put us in a position where the space that we need to make the hotel just marginally work was not able to be provided for. And it's space that's commonly ordinarily found in buildings all over the city. So we're not asking to recuperate any space that's extraordinary or beyond what the average building has. But these conditions, as they described, which they could not figure out ahead of time, two of the top people in the city, and all money was spent. Nobody was being cheap with the exploration or anything like that. It was just an unforeseen circumstance.
Is there any?
Go ahead.
I'm just wondering if there's any precedent to the argument that your unique physical condition is outside of.
Sorry, we can't hear you.
I was thinking about that I'd like to brief the board.
Yeah, if you would,
I heard
put that in writing,
I
but
heard your question to restate it was, the vice chair asked if there's precedent from unique conditions from surrounding properties. And I know there have been discussions in other cases about surrounding properties and their impact on a property. And we'd like to brief the board on that to give you some more comfort with that, because the two intertwine here. That's what caused the condition, the hardship. And I'll add one more thing. It's not just a financial hardship that we're here. It's a practical difficulty that we're confronting, which is the language of the zoning text. And the practical difficulty, again, is that most buildings in New York City do have sub-cellar levels. This is not an uncommon condition. I don't know if this building
This
does, but-
building does have a cellar level.
and sub-cellars, though, I'm saying, sub-cellars.
Well,
But-
some do, some don't.
When you're responding to us in writing, please, you claim the adjacent building wall as a unique condition. I want you look at Building Code 2014, New York City Building Code,
Yes,
Section 3309.4, and the subsequent section. And it talks specifically about supporting adjacent building foundations and walls, both vertically and laterally. And if the building code is alerting about something like that, how would a condition that's encountered at the neighbors could be considered as a unique condition? So take a look at that section
we will.
and please explain to us why you believe that the condition encountered is a unique one.
We will.
Thank you.
Okay, anybody from your team that needs to state?
No, you've heard from all of our experts today. Thank you for your time.
All right. Any questions or comments? Otherwise, we'll go to the public. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Let's go to the public. Oh, okay, sorry.
Please state your name for the record.
Paul Teller, will be speaking.
State your name again, I'm sorry.
Well, Paul Taylor, Stonehill and Taylor Architects. I'm the president of the company. I've definitely learned the definition of unique at this meeting. So I'm an architect. I've been practicing for over 40 years with a specialty of hotels. I built 2 other hotels prior to this one for the same client, all with 3 cellars underneath of it. One was this Crosby Street Hotel. The buildings next to it were 125 years old, you know, and painstaking process, but there was we did not feel that we were being aggressive. We built another one on 56th Street, the Whitby Hotel, also historic building next to it, both sides. So I don't think that we thought we were doing something, you know, aggressive. Okay. The uniqueness thing to me was that even though we got the most expensive system, did all that, you know, pre-engineering and whatever it is, and, you know, lots of help from the neighbors and all of their consultants and whatever, was that chart that this commissioner, Mr. Sheta, pointed out was exactly it. Every time we started screwing in the seat cants, the thing moved. So that was unique because that doesn't happen. That was, and, you know, not anticipatable. We're not pounding it in, screwing it. He said one pile screw immediately drops. So there was a fear factor that continuing on could be a catastrophe. Like, we don't know what's going, like there's something unique going on here because all the careful engineering, and I have to say that this client, all of my clients are not as generous as this client. They pay their bills. I get paid. Everybody here got paid. They fixed that wall over there. They're definitely not cheap. They would have done anything to continue on and build what they knew was a successful product with the thing going down the multiple levels underground. So I don't know. So that's the only thing in the definition of uniqueness that I see, which is that it was not responding. It seemed like a unique situation here because of the fact, screw, it drops with all the experts, okay? I've been here before when we built the Ace Hotel in Brooklyn, which is over the Hoyt-Schermerhorn station. And the case in that case was that for a hotel, we normally, because of FAR, you expect to get certain functions that don't need light and air underground. The case was made that because of the fact that the subway was there, even though we got the FAR that we were permitted to get, the assumption was that you would get some underground for these other functions, okay? And in that case, we got an additional FAR of 4. You know, it was a long process and whatever it was. But I see a similarity, which was is that the expectation, our expectation, the expectation of the developing site, just like it was with the Ace Hotel in Brooklyn, is that you would get this space underground for these other functions, and we didn't get it. It was unanticipated. There was something unique going on in there. And I know everybody's very skeptical, so I don't think I can add any more than that. Okay.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yes, let's go to the public. Thank you. Charles Stewart.
I'd have to call it.
Yeah, no, the person is right now.
Yeah, the case that we're currently discussing is 2025-24 BZ, 86 Warren Street, Manhattan. Should you wish to comment on this application, dial 669-254-5252 at the promptulant of the webinar ID number 160-848-4993 and press the pound sign. At the next prompt, you will press the pound sign only. Once you're permitted in, you press *9 to raise your hand, *6 to unmute if you're calling in on the phone. And if you're in the Zoom room already, please raise your Zoom hand, which is the little hand at the bottom of your computer screen. Once you are recognized, you'll have 3 minutes in which to comment on this application.
Mrs. Stewart?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, hi, I'm Charlie Stewart. I'm the president of the board at 80 Warren Street of the co-op. And I'm representing our resident shareholders and the board of 80 Warren. And I just want to thank you for letting us speak here to start. And also just wanted to say we've established that during the construction of the hotel, our building moved and sunk. And as a result, we have cracked walls and ceilings in 15 apartments, including in the hallways. These are pretty large visible cracks. But we've also had stuck doors. So as recently as a post-construction survey last month, we had a stuck door that literally wouldn't open because of the shifting of the building. And I guess if I take a step back here, the thing that bothers me the most as the president of the co-op is we've had to fix the stuck doors, of course, because it's a safety issue, and many of the cracked walls. And then I'm forced to do an assessment and raise the maintenance on my tenants, 3 or 4 of whom are in their 90s, many of whom lived here since 1980 because they were one of the first co-ops in 1980, because the hotel will not meet their obligations under our license and access agreement. And in fact, they won't even talk to us, principal to principal. Their attorneys have tried to contact me, but that, Paul Taylor's comment about them being generous is the exact opposite of our experience. These damages exist today. And the other set of damages that we haven't talked about is in April of 2023, our building was damaged by botched construction, including the waterproofing of a seismic gap between our buildings, and mistakes in waterproofing and the protection work. And 2 of our units flooded substantially because of this work. Again, these damages we've had to pay for and fix ourselves. The hotel hasn't paid for it, and their insurance company admitted liability around it. And again, they've stonewalled us and not agreed to meet their obligations under our license and access agreement. We started this in the spirit of trying to work together and make good decisions. And since then, they've been playing hardball corporate politics with us. And it is the exact opposite of neighborly. And then finally, when I take a step back here and I look at this application, the hotel seems to be asking for a variance for recreation space and amenities for an upscale clientele, many of whom pay like over $1,000 a night to stay there. I'm just trying to keep, my resident shareholders so they don't have to pay so much money because of the hotel's mistakes and their miscalculations and their unwillingness to meet their obligations. And these are people who've been at Tribeca a long time, who formed Tribeca essentially and are on a fixed income. I can't speak to the details of the reasons that our wall moved. I can tell you it did move. And I can tell you for the past 100 years and the 25 years I've lived there, our wall never moved and our doors opened fine and our walls were not cracked. It happened when the hotel did their construction. And, our building it's a brick wall building with wood joists, and the brick walls are bearing walls. And our architects have told us this is an entirely normal thing for a 100-year-old building to have. I would like to thank you for listening to us, and that's all.
Thank you. Anyone else? Anyone else who wishes to speak
on, oh, sorry. Go ahead.
86 Warren Street, Manhattan, 2025-24-BZ? Please raise your hand. Okay, a virtual hand, that is. Okay. All right. It seems no one has, so here's a question I have for my fellow commissioners. Does the commission feel that the information that we received today gives us a reason to continue the hearing?
No.
I think I want to think about it a little more. The argument of there being a unique condition because when we did another building started to fall, I'm not sure if that is a viable argument. And you,
I think that's a very slippery slope.
I
We
would
have to
agree.
be extremely careful because there's a lot of assumptions that we have to take and accept. And there will be many such cases if we were to go down that road. Schermerhorn is a very interesting but a unique situation because it had an underground train line.
Right.
And that was a recognized hardship factor that is universally accepted in many of our uniqueness hardship cases when it's when a site is above a train line or immediately abutting a train line. We do factor this that hardship that affects your ability to build too far, or the construction technology makes it almost impossible to have too much of an underground system, and therefore you need to have a waiver. We have seen many cases of that. So Schermerhorn is one of them, but that circumstances is extremely unusual. It's absolutely not the same as the subject case. The subject case has no such unbearable underlying sewer or utility or train construction or otherwise that would prevent a building to operate and would require some kind of a bridging over the tunnels or those kind of construction technology. So Mr. Taylor, I appreciate your statement and thank you for reminding me, but that is not the same. That uniqueness is truly unique.
Well,
And this is not.
Sorry to interrupt. The one clarification is that I was not here for that case, but on this case, there is no zoning or building code related hardship that prevents you from building your maximum envelope. And I don't think that if we were to go to the B finding, that you could show that an 11-story building with 3 floors of residential and one cellar level would not make a profit with an as of right use in this district. I'm very skeptical.
Well, we haven't heard from her yet, but we do have a report. I know you're skeptical. I know the board is skeptical, but we do have information.
Use in this subject site with a single seller. We cannot make exceptions for a luxury brand's specific programmatic needs, right? We're gonna eventually need to compare it to whatever would be permitted as of right in this zoning envelope.
Yeah.
And
I
so
think-
that, I think, is the,
Go
to
ahead.
go from the backside.
All right. I think, Mr. Palatnik, you're hearing the deep skepticism we have.
We are. We would ask for one more hearing to allow us to make our case a little bit more strong.
What I am going to do is I'm going to make a motion to close and keep the record open. If you can provide a convincing argument that would shed light on the uniqueness part of this site. Case laws or otherwise, or situational thing, then, you want to say something?
Go ahead.
Then provide that information. We'll keep the record open for that, just for the A finding, nothing else. The focus is just on the A finding, and if you want to make any statement regarding that, or any case laws that can help make your argument, do that and respond to the questions. But so far, I do truly appreciate your team being here and trying to answer the questions, and it is not an easy question to answer because the uniqueness is a term that we use, but we have to use it carefully and judiciously and make sure we are not going to create a situation where we are going to become the agency that is going to pay out to every developer that is going to.
I would
keep
just ask
building
again if the
on it.
hearings could be
So we have
continued,
to be
but
extremely careful in how we are framing the uniqueness here. So I truly appreciate your effort and your team's effort trying to convince. So I'm going to make a motion to close, keeping the record open for you to respond to the A finding only.
No, I'm just gonna go before.
Thank you.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, and I wanna say that I totally support your decision on that. I believe we went over every single argument regarding the uniqueness, starting from soil condition to building, like nature, the type of the foundation that's used for the building and standing as of right now. In addition to even the adjacent building conditions, and on the record, the geotech engineer of the project testified that the soil condition is not unique, the groundwater is not unique. And I just want to respond to the project architect when he said that the uniqueness is when you screw, you get the building next door moving. Secant polyol is probably one of the most expensive and efficient systems, but it's well known as, and the geotech engineer definitely know that. It's very well known that it's one of the most dangerous systems to install if it is not installed right. And I believe when you screwed and the building started moving, it was an issue with the installation procedure and it should have been corrected, but it wasn't. And I believe this is that it was a construction issue in summary, it was a construction issue. And I would even remind the board that about 3 years ago, we got a case that was based on a construction issue. The contractor built the house. It was a house, I believe, in Staten Island. The contractor built the house due to adjacent lot conditions. That was, the building was elevated and the retaining wall collapsed and the building was skewed. The side yard was like 6 feet from one side and 10 feet from one side. And the requirement was 8 feet straight. And we denied this case because this board is not created to grant relief because of construction issues. Construction issues should be resolved at the site between the project team, not at the BSA. That's what I wanted to say. Thank you.
Okay, the motion to close, Chair Shanda,
Hi.
Vice Chair Shabeta,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta,
Aye.
Commissioner Yoon.
Aye.
thank you.
Special order calendar, continued hearing items, item 11, 11853 BZ, volume 3, 10657, 160th Street, Queens. This is Isa Korsanchi.
Yes, he should join as a panelist. Is Mr. Kurasanchi there?
Yeah, he's there, but Isa Korsanchi. Oh, please, join. Where is it? Oh, there he is. Wait. Came up? Okay. Oh, boy. Do you want any of that paper? No, right?
Huh?
We don't want any of that paper, right?
No. Thank you.
Sorry.
Hello,
Hi.
Yes.
I'm here. Good afternoon.
Raise your right hand. You have anybody with you?
No, it's just me.
Okay, do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board to respond honestly to board member questions?
Yes, I do.
Please state your name for the record and proceed to respond to board comments.
Isa Kurasanchi, applicant of the record.
Go ahead, Mr. Kurasanchi.
Well, in the last meetings that we had, I appreciate the board objections. And those objections were discussed with the new owner of the property. And as per photos that I have submitted, it shows that the rear yard of the property has been thoroughly cleaned. The the containers that which were there by the previous owners to remove and dismantle the walk-in boxes have been carted away. A new gate has been installed, and there was a request for more photos from different angles, which I have provided and provided to me by the owner, which I uploaded to BSA. And also there was a comment about the new signage, that it will comply with the C1 zoning district. And there are 6 open ECB violations, which have to be dealt with at the time or prior to obtaining the final CFO. With as per my discussion with the fire department inspector, the new fire suppression system cannot be filed or will not be reviewed or will not be approved by fire department if there is no valid CFO or an LNO. However, since the building has a CFO, DOB will not issue an LNO. So we are waiting for a CFO to be issued. So the new applicant for the new tenants in the supermarket will be able to file his, actually the contractor will file for the fire suppression system, and it will be inspected by the fire department. And there are no open DOB violations. And I think that's all I remember.
Yes, thank you. You have stated that in your letter. Appreciate you following up with your client in responding to our comments and concerns, and hope you can continue to impose on your client to keep the site in good condition and meet all our requirements, all our prior conditions. Any questions or comments for the applicant, Mr. Kurasanji?
If I may say something, if the board will allow me, I really appreciate the board's concern about the cleanliness of the rear yard, because this is the commercial use in a predominantly or in a residential zoning district. And I really believe that the tenants of the commercial space should know that although they work there, but there are people who live there in the neighborhood. Therefore, they have to provide a clean environment for the people who pass by, not to see a dumpster, but a nice and clean working area.
Right, and you need to let your client know that. Thank you.
I will definitely do that.
Yeah.
I just want to mention, if we're still doing remember, there was a question about delivery in the front, we were going to allow it.
Right. I think we acknowledge that
Okay,
today's
just
delivery
remind-
trucks
yeah.
are much bigger and different sizes, and it is not possible to facilitate all deliveries and drop-off happening from the rear. Where possible, it would be done at the rear lot, and where not, front curbside delivery would have to happen.
Okay.
That was recognized at the previous hearing.
Right. If I may again, about this point,
Correct me if I'm wrong. I assume that's what kind of we acknowledge that conditions have changed significantly, like the liquor, the trucks that deliver alcohol are of much larger size that they cannot even fit through the gate.
Okay, good.
Yeah, okay.
Yes, you are absolutely right on that point, Chair Lady, because for the past 30 years, I've been there a few times, and that was the first time that I saw a mid-sized truck delivering from the front. However, that 107th Avenue is a two-way traffic, most of the time with cars parked on both sides, and leaves very little room for these big trucks to go through, never mind maneuvering and getting into the back of the building. The safest way for them to deliver from the front, which shouldn't take more than 5-10 minutes. They drop off few boxes and they leave.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for Mr. Kurasanji? Public? Okay, let's go to the public, please.
Okay. The case that we're currently discussing is 11853 BZ, Volume 3, 10657 160th Street, Queens. Should you wish to comment on this application, dial 669-254-5252 at the prompt you'll enter the webinar ID number 160-848-4993 and press the pound sign. At the next prompt, you will press the pound sign only. Once you're permitted in, you press *9 to raise your hand, *6 to unmute if you're calling in on the phone. And if you're in the Zoom room already, please raise your Zoom hand, which is the little hand at the bottom of your computer screen. Once you're recognized, you'll have 3 minutes in which to comment. Almost done.
Yeah, nobody has raised their hand.
I don't see anybody. Okay.
Okay, I'm going to make a motion to close. No submission is required, and we'll schedule it for May 11th.
Motion to close, Chair Shonda,
Aye?
Vice Chair Shabeta,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta,
Aye.
Commissioner Yu.
Aye.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you, Mr. Kurasanji.
Thank you.
Item number 12, 49282 BZ, 7212 16 73rd Place, Queens.
Okay, this would
Sandy.
be, do I see Sandy? Yes, I do.
Good afternoon.
Afternoon. Raise your right hand.
I'm sorry, the owner, Rudy Jonke, is also in the waiting room.
Sorry about that.
Who?
Okay.
Rudy
Thank
Jonke, okay? And
Jenky.
anyone else?
No, that's all.
Okay.
Sorry about that.
Jerry Collier.
Who's joined as panelist? And unmute and put your video on, please. Mr. Jonke.
He has to accept, I don't see him in the the waiting area.
Is there?
Yeah, he's there.
I see him.
He's,
Jerry, I'm in a hearing. Can I call you back? Okay.
Yeah, Madam Chair, Mr. Jonke is in.
Yes,
Thank you.
you come your video on, please? Camera?
yep. I don't know how to do. I don't see that option.
Should be on the bottom
Come
of
on.
the screen and is the little camera.
On the left-hand side.
Yeah, left-hand side and lower left-hand side.
I'm on the phone.
Let's speak, let's just
Okay.
speak.
All right, so raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board, and to respond honestly to board member questions?
I do.
Yes, I do.
Okay, please state your name for the record and proceed to respond to board comments, Ms. Hugs.
Sandy
Rudolph Yankee.
and Sandy Anagnostou. We listened to your earlier comments regarding the fencing at the site, and I discussed it with Mr. Jonke, and he's willing to install it, as the board pointed out. We think it's a very good solution that addresses our concerns and also has provides privacy with a 6-foot fence up into the porch area and then a 4-foot fence beyond that. So we'll revise our proposed plan to show that, and the owner will make the installation. He mentioned to me he would need about a month to do that. And then we would also revise the statement of facts and provide a signage analysis and compliance chart, as Commissioner Yoon mentioned.
Okay, wonderful. Also, please make sure that the fence line goes all the way to the rear lot line.
Yes.
Okay,
And no chain link fences.
yeah. It has to be residential quality fence type, so it would be opaque, PVC fence, or wall, whichever way. That would work. It has to be an opaque fence, residential quality.
6 foot.
For the 6 foot.
For the 6-foot part of it, yes.
For the fourth foot one, it has to be.
6-foot has to be an opaque residential quality fence. The 4-foot can be a non-opaque but a residential quality fence.
Okay, understood. Do you have any questions, Rudy?
No, that sounds good.
You understand what you have to do, right?
Yep.
Okay.
Okay. All right, let's go to the public.
Okay, the case that we're currently discussing is 49282BZ 7212 1630 73rd Place, Queens. If you wish to comment, dial 669-254-5252. At the prompt, you'll enter the Weber ID number 160-848-4993 and press the pound sign. At the next prompt, you'll press the pound sign only. Once you're permitted in, you'll press *9 to raise your hand, *6 to unmute if you're calling in on the phone. And if your Zoom room are ready, please raise your Zoom hand, which is the little hand at the bottom of your computer screen. Once you're recognized, you'll have 3 minutes in which to comment on this application.
Okay. Again, I just want to make sure that the 4-foot high fence, it doesn't have to be opaque, but it has to be of residential quality. If I was not clear.
Yeah.
Make sure.
Yes.
Yes.
And make it all uniform kind of material. Don't try to change different material types. You know.
Could be all the same.
How much time do you need? You said you need 1 month to do this. You'll also need 1 month to fix everything. 1 month should be enough?
Yep. Yes.
Okay, good. Commissioners, would you consider closing it and keeping the record open?
Yeah, the only thing is I just want to make sure that they don't put in the wrong fence. So I hope it's been very clear what we are instructing, just so that we don't end up with.
Yes, solid by the house and at 6 feet and then 4 feet going by the grass.
Yeah.
Open.
Typically, we
Yeah,
look,
as long as we don't obstruct.
yeah, we look
we-
at mostly
we have a
like type fences, or
Wood.
wood or brick wall or those kind of things. So whatever is the most doable and meets the what the board is stating, please proceed with that.
Okay.
Okay? Thank you. Okay,
Okay, nobody raised their hands and hold them.
yeah, motion
Thank
to
you.
close.
Chair Shanda,
Aye.
Vice Chair Shabeta,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta, Commissioner Yoon.
Aye. We will schedule this for middle of June. I think it'll take you 1 month and all the submission documents, middle of June, or we'll do early July.
Middle of June is fine.
Okay, all right.
Thank you.
Okay. Item number 1316-12BZ, 184 Nostrand Avenue. This application's been adjourned. Special order calendar, new cases, 8408BZ, Volume 3, 6720 Main Street, Queens.
Okay. Who do we have?
Daniel Ash.
Daniel Ash. Oh, I think he just joined as a panelist.
Hi, good afternoon. Do you have anyone with you?
Just myself.
Okay, raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and to respond honestly to board member questions?
I do.
Please state your name for the record and proceed to respond to the board's comments at review session.
My name is Daniel Ash. I'm the applicant from Walter Gorman Engineering for this project. I did hear the board's comments earlier, and I think you discussed amongst yourselves and resolved some of them, that we do intend, and we are aware of painting work that will be done together with the canopy project. We wanted to have all the construction work happen at the same time. The work that we're looking to do for the canopy, which will result in a new C of O at the end, is taking longer than we thought because we have to get approvals. First, we got the approvals from the city, and now we have to work on making sure that there's a term to amortize the cost for the dealer of the canopy work. So we probably need to the end of the year to finish that, and then after that, it takes a few months for the city to issue the final C of O. So in terms of timeline, we'll be looking at getting a C of O probably a year from now.
Okay, I'll call it 2 years. Just to give you enough time, weather bearing and other things.
Thank you.
Is that okay with everybody? All right. Let's go to the public.
The case that we're currently discussing is 8408BZ 6720 Main Street, Queens. Should you wish to comment, dial 669-254-5252 at the prompt you'll enter the Weber ID number 160-848-4993 and press the pound sign. At the next prompt, you'll press the pound sign only. Once you're permitted in, press *9 to raise your hand, *6 to unmute if you're calling in on the phone. And if you're in the Zoom room already, please raise your Zoom hand, which is the little hand at the bottom of your computer screen. Once you're recognized, you'll have 3 minutes in which to comment on this application. Doesn't stay.
Okay, going to make a motion to close.
Chair Shanda,
Aye.
Vice Chair Shabeta,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta,
Aye.
Commissioner Yoon.
Aye.
No submission is required. We will schedule this for decision either April 27th or the first hearing, well, actually, the first hearing of May is pretty far out. So let's aim for April 27th.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you, Ms. Ash.
Thank you, everyone. Have a good day.
Item number 16, 2409BZ, 78-10, 164th Street, Queens.
Okay. I have a feeling there are people.
Oh, I'm sorry, yes. Item number 15,
Why
135.
is Jordan Most raising his?
Jordan Most is for this case, 2409. Do you want to call
No, no,
135?
135, we need to call just because, just to kind of let the applicant know. I
Okay.
just want to, just let me state that. So this application.
Wait, I have to call it.
You have to call it, right?
Okay,
Yeah.
item number 15, 13508BZ, 7152, 177th Street and 7155, 171st Street, Queens.
Okay. This application, those who are joining in from the public, to talk, to speak to this application, the applicant requested a withdrawal, and the board at its executive session, did, allow for the withdrawal, without prejudice. However, the board has also, is going to, start a compliance hearing on this, and a notification to that effect will be sent out to the property owner, and the community will be duly notified when it is scheduled for hearing. So thank you again for all your submission and information.
You want to mention DOB as well?
And yes, and it is going to be sent to DOB as well. Thank you.
Mr. Daniel Yagodovez is raising his hand. Do you want to accept testimony? It's withdrawn.
No, I'm sorry, there's no record at
No,
this
no
point.
testimony. It has been withdrawn.
Yeah,
Yeah.
okay, I just want to make sure. Okay, I don't want anybody to say we didn't give him a chance. Okay, thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for that. Item number 16, 2409BZ, 78-10, 164th Street, Queens. Mr. Most? Mr. Most?
Who is?
Well, let's see if that belongs to Mr. Most. There's a few other people.
Is there anyone else from your team, Mr. Moss?
It should be Ben Blumenkrantz and possibly a Davidovich, David.
Yes,
But
David, yes.
we
Hello. Ben Blumenkrantz here.
there's Ben.
Okay. Yeah, David.
I'm not sure that we'll need to hear from them, but they're here.
I still have to swear them in, Ms. Mary.
Sure.
Davidowitz. Can you put mute? Thank you. Thank you. Okay, everyone.
Hi, I'm David Davidowitz. I'm on.
Thank you. Raise your right hands. Do you affirm, tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony for this board to respond honestly to board member questions?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Please state your name for the record and proceed to respond to the board's comments.
Jordan Most from Brian Cave on behalf of the applicant. We were, of course, at the review session, which was really more of a sort of commentary. We're glad that the chair and the vice chair seem pleased that we've got what the way I would characterize it is sort of a new partnership that runs and operates and looks to the future for Meadow Park. And they're going to be instrumental in moving forward with this project. I did send just in the interim a copy of a site plan. I know Commissioner Yoon had asked for that. I'll, of course, send it through submit as well. And that's really it. We're working on getting whatever violations we can clear beforehand. Now we will work to clear, but as the chair noted, some of them are related to actually undertaking the construction and removing certain conditions. Happy to field any questions. But just so you know, the two people who are there, David is the manager operator at the facility. Ben is with CareRight, which is the partnership, which is now a 50 partnership, which is part of the 50% owner owner of the Meadow Park facility. Again, CareRight.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for the site plan. I did receive it and I just wanted to pull it up so we're all looking at the same thing. And, you know, one of the reasons I brought it up is because the ZRD1 made it clear that any of these temporary storage enclosures needed to be outside of any required yards.
Right.
And that was something that was committed to or attested to in the last hearing or last time this was granted, I think in
2022.
2022. So based on this, assuming that yards are required in the back of the building, it doesn't seem like that is true. And it seems like there's a lot of containers. Are all of the A through H temporary storage containers?
Yeah.
Yes, but the side yard requirement is 8 feet, and we did an extensive submission in connection with this. The extent of the encroachment is less than, I believe it's in the statement, 6 inches, and only for 2 or 3 of the closest containers.
Okay.
We haven't removed them. We hope to get rid of all of them because as part of the construction, the 4 adjacent properties, the 2 on 78th Road and the 2 on 78th Avenue, are owned by Meadow Park affiliates. So anyway, that's the story on that. Those haven't been removed. This is an old survey, if I could, just with respect to that other, because you did mention, Commissioner Yoon, you did mention the other temporary, specifically very temporary. I would characterize between temporary and very temporary. The one sort of outlier, that's right, that one, the one all the way on the right, is a very temporary one. And again, I think I noted we intended to remove it. We got held up with the snow, and it will be removed very shortly.
How shortly?
Ben, do you?
Yes, okay. I actually spoke. How are you, everybody? Thank you for this opportunity. I just got off the phone with the vendor. They should be having it removed within the next week or two, hopefully sooner. And I made it very clear to them that they must remove it, and they confirmed that it will be done.
We'll provide you with we'll provide you with a photograph showing that area cleared out, that being removed.
Okay.
Thank you for the clarification. I do recall reading that about the side yard and the encroachment.
Thank you.
Sure.
The statement facts.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions or comments? Let's go to the public.
The case that we're currently discussing is 2409BZ, 78-10, 164th Street, Queens. Should you wish to comment on this application, dial 669-254-5252. At the prompt, you'll enter the webinar ID number 160-848-4993 and press the pound sign. At the next prompt, you'll press the pound sign only. Once you once you're permitted in, you'll have press star 9 to raise your hand. Star 6 to unmute as you're calling in on the phone. And if you're in the Zoom room already, please raise your Zoom hand, which is the little hand at the bottom of your computer screen. Once you're recognized, you'll have 3 minutes in which to comment on this application.
But it was a new gate.
Okay, no one has called in.
Yep, nobody has called in. I'm going to make a motion to close, and we will schedule it for decision. But I would appreciate a letter, Mr. Most, from you regarding a statement that the very temporary structure will be removed shortly, and with the photo indicating that the very temporary structure has been removed.
Certainly.
Motion to close, Chair Shanda,
Aye.
Vice Chair Shabeta,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta,
Aye.
Commissioner Yu.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, everybody.
We'll schedule this. You said it'll take you 2 weeks. We'll schedule this for, based on when we get it, we will either schedule it for end of April or May.
Okay.
Okay,
Thank you.
Thank you.
thank you.
Item number 17, 214, 13A, 13A, 4, 21908, 141st Avenue, Queens. Raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board to respond honestly to board member questions?
I do.
Please state your name for the record and proceed to respond to the board's comments of review.
Eric Palatnik.
Proceed.
Go ahead.
I heard your comments. I don't think there's much for me to say
No?
No, it's best.
for once.
I had to ask one question about what has been done between the last grant and today.
It's, the property is owned by a person who's a very hardworking blue collar person. He drives trucks for a living. So he's been struggling to get everything organized, as you've read, because the previous people, these professionals, haven't done so good by him.
Mhm.
So he has done work in the house. He's done electrical work and he's done work with drywall. He still has more drywall work to do. He has to take down a couple of walls. He has to fix a couple of stoops. So it's like a work in progress as he gets his money. As he gets money, he applies it towards it. So he's ready to go. He's got money saved up to do all the rest of the work now. It's just now he needs this extension in order to, to make sure that he can commit to that. So there's not much work. Overall, in the grand scheme of what you do, in his world, it's a lot of work. So he should be able to get it done in about 3 or 4 months.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions or comments?
Nope.
If not, let's go to the public.
The case that we're currently discussing is 21413 A, Volume 4, 21908, 141st Avenue, Queens. Should you wish to comment on this application, dial 669-254-5252. At the prompt, you'll enter the webinar ID number 160-848-4993 and press the pound sign. At the next prompt, you'll press the pound sign only. Once you're permitted in, you'll press *9 to raise your hand, *6 to unmute if you're calling in on the phone, and if you're in the Zoom room already, please raise your Zoom hand, which is the little hand at the bottom of your computer screen. Once you're recognized, you'll have 3 minutes to comment.
I'm going to recommend that we close it. No submission is required. We'll schedule it for decision for April 27th.
Thank you.
You're so confident that we are going to vote yes for closing?
No, we're still on the public.
Oh.
Used to be here in person, that's
I
why.
thought you were done.
No, we are done. That's my recommendation, but my fellow commissioners haven't opined on it.
I support that.
Waiting for the clock to run out. Just give me a second.
Okay, motion to close?
Motion to close, Chair Shanda,
Aye.
Vice Chair Shabeta,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta,
Aye.
Commissioner Yoon.
Aye. Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Have a good day.
You too.
Thank you. This concludes our public hearing for April 13th, 2026. The people that are in the room, if you did not hear your case, I don't know, if you, still want to comment on an application, you can submit at bsa.nyc.gov. Thank you. Some of those people. I'm gonna turn off. Oh, thank you, yes. I'm gonna do that. You unplug yours too, sir?